homeless man. He looked like he was freezing his butt off, and I was like, I wish I had a blanket to get him. And so like.
But the thing is, some of them though, a lot of them down here you can't even trust. Because there's one right by my work, and there's this lady. She has blonde hair, and she has this it's like an African boy with her, and they sit, and they look homeless, but like they do it when no one's looking. They'll get into this nice, beautiful car, and I'm like, and they'll get picked up, and then you see them walking around, and they're all cleaned up, they're all in nice clothes, and I'm like, that's why I'm like, I don't. It's hard to even trust them nowadays because a lot of them, they just look like they can get all you can get all gross and get all disgusting, and then but I don't like to judge people, but at the same time, it's just so hard to trust people nowadays like that.
Yeah.
It sucks for the ones that actually are. I feel bad for the ones that have dogs. So I'm just like,
especially when the animals are,
But a lot of them look healthy, so that's why I'm like,
This bathroom is closed, especially in this season.
They did the first day. It's like
this morning though. Dude, I feel like all small dogs have like a scream bark.
All right. I do not understand why my feed is not. So all the slides that I show, it's not showing on the TV. So we're not going to have any on-screen prompts, and that's a problem.
Of course, it has to happen on a Wednesday.
That's
normally a thing for a Monday day.
I really don't like this. All right. Well, shoot.
She's like, I'm still not awake.
All right. We'll at least get started here. It's no good. We'll at least get started, and I can't show you the videos. I can't. All right. Let's figure it out as we go. It's going to be a day. All right. Okay. Did you guys do chapter 4?
Yes.
All right. Did you grade chapter 4?
Yes.
Do you have any questions on chapter 4? Okay. All right. So when I call your name, let me know how many you missed or what your score was. Kendra, Brittany, Lashadra, Sehar. Thank you. Korea. Thank you. Korea, do you have 2 and 3 for me as well?
2, I got a 95. 3, I got a 95.
85?
95,
90.
95.
Okay. Thank you. Chelsea.
90.
Thank you. Catherine.
90.
Thank you. Jordan.
100.
Thank you. Megan.
100.
Thank you. Tanaya.
100.
Thank you. Tanaya, do you have 2 and 3?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Chapter 2 though.
Okay, 2.
100.
Thank you. Aaliyah. Ricky. Thank you. Lori.
100.
Thank you. Nadine. Jasmine.
90.
Thank you. Jasmine, do you have 2 and 3? Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Jamie.
90.
Thank you. All right. Those of you that missed something, do you know why you missed it? Okay. All right. All of the slides I need, and they're not up there. So, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm running late. You're fine. I'm having technical difficulties. My slides aren't showing.
Oh no.
So,
This morning just started off horrible. How about you guys? Yeah, we're all on the same page. I'm glad we're already good on this.
Could have totally been worse.
Could have been worse, yeah. But it started off with me waking up freezing my butt off.
Yeah,
because why does so cold baby daddy boyfriend want to sleep with the window open?
Swear, in the fan on and everything, like,
Okay, I mean,
what are you doing? Like, is it not cold?
You need the fan.
Like,
The fan goes.
But the open window and the fan and the
Okay,
other
that's-
fan, like, that's excessive. Because we got like one fan pointing towards us, and then we got the ceiling fan. Just opening the window, got that fan going and this fan going. First off, you wasted my money because that's money going out the window.
all right. I have no idea.
Sorry, Miss Patty.
This is not good. With a capital N, not good. All right. Let me print off a syllabus so I can follow it. And we'll just have to do this the old-fashioned way. And
I feel it. No, literally. I felt that.
No, because I know I don't want the greatest on that. That's why I don't want to.
It's not even about being on camera, it's the fact that my giant back is on camera. I'm just like, no, thank you.
I know it's bad. I make some of the bizarre faces sometimes, and it's so loud to see that.
I'll be looking at them like, and I'm like, oh boy.
Okay, so I'm going to apologize to everybody, YouTube and classroom. My slides aren't working. I can't show you any on-screen graphics. I think I might be able to get to the videos. I'm not sure. We'll see. But we're going to go over 4 skills today. So I have no way to review with you what we've gone over previously. So does everybody remember the skill rules? We follow the care plan. Okay, while we're performing skills, we make and we report those. Okay, every skill starts with an opening. Every opening starts with a knock. If we're going to use supplies, where do we put them? On a barrier. And when do we get the barrier? Before the supplies. How do we know if we need gloves? Okay, personal skin, non-intact skin, body fluids. Very good. If their patient's going to be uncovered or undressed during this skill, what do we need? Privacy blanket. If you're going to get linens and use them, what can you not let them touch? Your uniform and the floor. Yeah, very good. Very good. Clean rolls. Do you guys remember this one? Clean rolls toward you, dirty rolls away. Okay. And if you don't use all your linens, what do you do with them? Okay. When we're working with patients and we have to move them in the bed, where do they always need to be? In the middle of the bed, never near the edges. Do you roll them towards you or away from you? Away from you. Okay, if we're going to wash things, we need a basin of water. What do we not add to that basin of water? Soap. What temperature should the water be? Warm. Who has to check the temperature? Okay, us and the patient. Yeah, that's how we know it's warm. Whatever we wash, whatever we rinse, we dry. Try not to get your surface wet. And if we're going to use lotion, what do we do before we put it on? What do we do after? Wipe it off. Okay. All basins are cleaned the same way. We're going to rinse, dry, and store, put away. Yeah, absolutely. We don't have to disinfect for the test. And every skill ends the same way. And there's a whole lot of steps for the closing. Can somebody give me one of the first 6 that the order doesn't matter? Go ahead. Call light. Okay.
Call light, ask for their
Preferences. Comfortable. Okay, so that's, preferences.
Make sure
Okay.
it's a clean environment.
Clean environment. Yeah, they need to be in a restful environment. What needs to be on them before we leave? A sheet or something. They need to be covered before we leave. Yep. And the bed needs to be in the lowest position. So we got to do all of those things. There's a lot of things. And then we're going to open the curtain. And what do? Wash our hands. Yeah, we got to get this patient cooties off. Once we've removed our patient cooties by washing our hands, should we go back to the patient for anything? No. The only thing that we can do after that is document. And then once we document, what do we have to do? Right, because you have to end skill with clean hands. Good? Make sense?
So smart.
I know. Look at, guys, you are half over. Yeah, the class is now half over. I know. Isn't that crazy? And I told you on day 1, you were going to learn everything on the back wall. And you did. You did. Right? We have to do shoe rules yet. That's our last one. but you did. And I'm very, very proud of you guys. You've come a long way. Was it hard? All right. So from now on, all we're going to do is apply those principles that we've learned to new skills. That's it. That's all we're going to do. So the learning part, the hard part, is now behind you. We are going to learn shoe rules. We still have to go over that. And that's one of the things that I really needed the slides for today because we were going to talk about diabetes. So we're going to have to do this the old fashioned way, just verbally. Okay. So we have a lot of skills to go over today. We're also going to register for the state exam. I'm going to give you the registration packets. We're going to talk about it. I'm going to explain the whole process, the timeline, what to expect. All of that is going to be covered as well. But before we get into today's lessons, just trying to think, maybe there is a way. So while I'm talking to you guys, okay, YouTube world, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute timeout from YouTube. I'm going to still talk to them. We're going to talk about blood pressure and whether they practiced and all that. I'm going to be right back with you. I'm just going to exit out. I'm going to shut my whole computer down and bring it back up, and maybe then my slides might work. So, you know, that whole, if it doesn't work, turn it off and back on again, right? So maybe I should try that.
I was gonna say if we're like connected with the course, we could bring it up on our cellular device if we had service. But I was gonna say that's way too many people. But
Yeah, and unfortunately, if I can't transmit it, you won't be able to see it anyway. So all right, YouTube world, we will be back in 5 minutes. I'm just going to talk to them about blood pressure, reboot my computer. I'll be right back. So, exit full screen. I'm going to remove my I'm going to cry today. Okay.
The only reason that I got them all right is because I tried not to, but I ended up looking at the cheat sheet. Because I was just angry.
So the skin is the largest organ in the body. Hopefully you guys can, yeah, we are live. All right, the skin is the largest organ in the body. If we didn't have skin, our entire body would be a body opening, right? What do we know about body openings? What do they let in? Pathogens. What do they let out? Pathogens. So if we didn't have skin, there's no way to keep you safe. You wouldn't like survive. Okay. So the largest organ in the body is actually your skin. And it serves a very, very, very important job, because otherwise we would be a walking body opening and spilling our stuff everywhere. So, so number 5, let me go to that. So this is chapter 4, number 5. Which system acts as a protective shield against bacteria? That would be your skin. Another word for the skin is the integumentary system, because it's more than just skin. It's the skin and all the supporting layers, like the fat layer and your connective tissue and your oil glands and your sweat glands. So all of that together works together and it makes up the integumentary system.
Okay. Are these questions like these? Are they going to be on the test?
No,
Okay.
those are just to make sure that you got the information out of the book that you need to get. Okay. The state exam questions are going to be more along the lines of scenario questions.
Okay.
You see this, what are you going to do about it?
Oh, the care plan.
Yeah, well, a care plan, but a lot of it is going to be behavioral questions for you. Anybody catch the game show yesterday?
What game show?
I was at work.
Okay. So the game show that I did yesterday, I actually did questions from death and dying. Okay. End of life. And there were a couple of questions on there, like, what do you call a legal document that explains the patient's wishes if they're unable to speak for themselves? Yeah, living will, sure. So that's a concrete question, right? It's asking you to name something, or there's no decision making there. It's just recall. That's not really what the test is about. The test is more about what are you going to do when. So it's an application type of question or scenario based. So a good question on death and dying. You've never performed postmortem care. You're assigned to perform postmortem care and you feel uncomfortable. What is an appropriate action? A, assign it to another CNA who's more comfortable. B, let the family know that this is your first time and you're super nervous. C, notify the nurse that you've never performed this skill. Or D, refuse to perform the skill because it's outside of your scope of practice. What would you do?
C.
Okay. So yeah, you.
C and D is like, no.
Well, you don't want to refuse to perform it because it's not outside of your scope of practice.
Okay.
It's just that you don't have any experience with it.
Okay.
So how would we address things that we don't have any experience with?
The nurse.
Yeah, we would just tell the nurse. And in that case, if the nurse is a good nurse, they're going to put you with somebody else. And that would allow you to, kind of experience it, ask your questions, see how it should go. You definitely don't want to tell the family, hey, I'm new at this, don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, no.
This is not the time for that. So a lot of the answers are going to be like, who would choose that, you know? So they're scenario-based questions. They're going to judge whether you know if postmortem care was inside your scope of practice, right? If you chose B, that means that you don't know your scope of practice. It's going to judge your tact or ability to relate to patients and families verbally. So you wouldn't want to tell them, I'm new at this. It's also judging whether you know acceptable actions for CNAs. CNAs are not allowed to delegate. Remember, we're only allowed to do what we're told to do, or what's our other option? Okay, do normal. But if we can't perform the care plan or do what we're assigned to do,
Tell the nurse.
tell the nurse. Those are our only two options. Notice nowhere in there says give it to another CNA, delegate it. We're not allowed to delegate. So we either do it or we tell the nurse. So if you chose A, delegate it to another CNA, that tells the test that you don't understand your role. Now, why would that be important out there? Why would that question on postmortem care be important when you're working in a clinical setting? Why would they have something like that on the test?
Because if somebody does it wrong after you tell them to give it to them, you could be at fault for it because it was your assignment.
Okay, so what they're actually seeing, this question actually has nothing to do with postmortem care, by the way. Nothing to do. It's a vehicle to judge if you know your scope of practice, if you know what you're allowed to do and not allowed to do as far as delegation, if you're going to respond to patients and families appropriately. Notice that nowhere in there was postmortem care.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it also judges if you know what to do if you're unfamiliar with a skill. And that's what they're trying to get to here. It has nothing to do with postmortem care. That's just the topic they picked to see about those other four things. So if you don't understand your scope of practice, what could happen to the patients out there?
You could die.
Yeah, you could hurt them. They could die. If you don't understand that you're not allowed to delegate and you get out there in the workforce and you start delegating, what could happen?
It could hurt the patient.
Sure, it could hurt the patient because you don't have that level of authority. It also makes the nurse think that you're doing tasks that you're not actually doing, and that's fraudulent. Okay. What would happen to a patient out there in a clinical world if you didn't have good communication skills with patients and families?
If I use a patient and families because I was gonna say if they have a high blood pressure and you don't want the nurse to know they could die or they have something can happen.
Okay, so lack of communication in the healthcare team could have a catastrophic reaction on the patient.
The patient could not like you and
Sure.
be uncomfortable with you, not want to be around you.
Okay, so let's
Have them take care of you.
absolutely. So that's the point I wanted to get to, and let's talk about that a little bit. Without mentioning any names, okay, without mentioning any names, do any of you have a hospital or other medical facility that you refuse to go to?
Yeah.
Okay. So I've heard things like, I wouldn't let my dog go there. Okay. So you have strong opinions about who you're willing to trust with your healthcare, right? Everybody familiar with that? Okay. No names. Because I'm going to show you why your thought process is wrong here. Okay. Let's pick on, let's pick on Moffitt Cancer Care Center because they're a little bit further away, right? Let's say that they're not in our backyard. Let's say that somebody has a problem with Moffitt. Do you think that their problem with Moffitt is the location? Is that what they're talking about? Like where it's located?
Mm-hmm.
No. Do you think it has anything to do with the parking lot? Like, I won't go to that hospital because I don't like their parking lot.
No.
What do you think it must be due to like landscaping and facility color then, right? I won't go there because no? Okay. I won't go there because I don't like their x-ray machines. No? I won't go there because I don't like the way their sheets smell. No? So, why would somebody make a decision about whether or not to go to a healthcare facility?
Because they got treated badly and with no kind of respect at all.
Okay, so it was the way they were treated. Has nothing to do with their location, the parking lot, the building, the floor colors, the way the sheets. It has nothing to do with any of that, right? So you're judging an entire facility based on the way you were treated there. Now, do you think if I'm a patient at that hospital and I decide I don't like that hospital, do you think that I had an opportunity to meet every single person that worked at that facility before I made my judgment? No. And chances are that I probably met a couple of okay people while I was there. So what am I actually basing my perception on?
One person.
One
The
experience.
way I was treated by one individual. Now, I judged that entire facility, all 900 employees, based on an interaction with one, maybe two. Does that make sense? If you are going to be an employee at a facility, that means that patient and that family is going to base their opinion on the care based on you. Not the team, not the phlebotomists, not the x-ray people, not the billing clerk, not the administrator, because they never meet them. They are going to base their perception of their care on you. So if you don't know how to communicate effectively with patients and families, you may be the very reason that somebody makes a decision against that facility. Have you ever stopped to think of it that way? So we actually have a lot of power. And because we are the ones that are with the patients the most, phlebotomists come in once a shift and draw blood for less than 30 seconds. X-ray techs spend an average of 4 minutes with a patient. Nurses spend an average of 12 minutes per shift. CNAs spend an average of about 30 to 40 minutes. So we are the ones that are with the if you spread out all the encounters, we are the ones that are with the patients the most. So we're the ones that actually are going to hold the facility's reputation in our hands. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So we've got to really understand how to relate to our patients and families. And that's why a lot of the written test is going to be on communication.
What does GI stand for?
What's that?
What does GI stand for?
GI is gastrointestinal.
Okay, but like doctor-wise?
Yep, gastrointestinal doctor.
Okay, well they
So-
spend a total of 35 seconds in a matter of 3 days with the patient and they make a lot of money.
Yep, all specialists do.
Time for 35 seconds in 3 days just for that total amount. I should check this.
The problem is that that's a little misleading though, because even though they were only at the bedside for 35 seconds,
They're in their office figuring stuff out.
well, they're reviewing tests, they're ordering tests, they're managing medications and things like that that you may not see on the back end. But yes, they certainly should be spending a little bit more face-to-face time with the patient. I would agree with you on that. But remember that everybody's job is not 100% visible. There's a lot of things that the nurses do at the nurses' station, like writing up care plans, that if you're just looking at it from the outside, it doesn't look like they're active because they're not running the halls like you. So perception plays a big part in our opinions. So that's why questions like the one I just gave you are important. It really doesn't have anything to do with postmortem care. It has to do with judging your knowledge about allowed actions, your scope of practice, how to communicate effectively, those types of issues. And it always judges your answer based on the potential consequences to the patient, just like the skills. Does that make sense? Good. All right. So we are now going to learn on, let's see here, go to page 138. We are going to learn supported sideline position. And if you look on page 138, those of you tuning in from YouTube, I can't put it up on the screen. So hopefully you have your book. If you don't have your book, you probably should order it because we refer to the book throughout the program. And just like today, I'm having technical difficulties, so I can't show you the pages. All right, so if you look at page 138, you can see going down the side of the page all of the principles that are involved in this particular skill. And you'll notice that there's a lot. We're going to be using most of the principles that we've learned on this skill. So skill rules, of course, we're going to follow the care plan. We're going to perform our opening, evaluate if we need gloves, use a barrier because we have supplies. We're going to use a privacy blanket because our patient is going to be uncovered or undressed. Linens are not going to be held against us. We're not going to let them fall on the floor, and we're going to dispose of them even if we don't use them. Our patient always has to remain in the middle of the bed at all times, and we're going to do the closing. So all of those things are detailed in your principles down here. These are all the things that we've been going over and over and over and over. At the bottom of the page, you can see that somebody with your level of experience should be able to do this skill in 8 minutes or less. It's going to be done on a live testing student, not a mannequin. This is not a mannequin skill. So when you're in here practicing, you really should be practicing on a live person, not the mannequin, because that's how you're going to do it for the test. Mannequins don't move the way a live person does. This person is going to be in bed at the beginning of the skill, and documentation is not required. I do have a video for this that you can watch. So if you're looking at the next page, page 139, at the top of the page, you can actually see the care plan. So the care plan for this skill is to position the resident on his left side. Patient requires support to remain on their side and is unable to assist with turning. So good? Everybody good with that? All right, so let me really wish I could show you this. Okay. This is going to keep me at least on track. At least I can see it. I wonder. Hold on. I might actually have a solution here. I wonder. Full screen projector. Oh, look at that. All right. Hey, that works. Yay. Okay, the problem is, so you guys should be able to see this at least on the screen at home, right? I hope you can see it. I can't see your comments now because I got rid of that other window, so I cannot see your comments. So keep that in mind. If you leave me a comment or ask a question, I can't reply to it right away, but I will on break. All right. Well, at least that gets us something. Okay, so this is a reminder. We talked a little bit about this last class, okay? Side rails are a restraint. We can't use side rails without a doctor's order because the whole point of a side rail is to keep somebody confined, just like a baby. When you have a brand new baby, they're in a crib with side rails, and that keeps them confined. But at some point, about 1.5 years old, that baby no longer stays in the crib. What do? Climb out. So a baby falling from this level is bad, but a baby falling from this level, way worse. So when babies start to develop independence and they don't want to be confined anymore, they climb out of the crib. And now the crib is no longer safe. Make sense? That happened to you about 1.5 years old, 2 years old, somewhere in there. Mom put you in a little toddler bed close to the floor. Probably put something soft on the floor. That way you learned when you roll out of bed, right? And this is the time of your life that you're developing something called spatial awareness. Now, spatial awareness is the ability to stay safe in the space that you have available to you. This is why you can sit in a chair right now without arms on it and not fall over to the side, because your body is aware of the space that it has available. Good? You develop that way, way, way back 1.5 years to 2 years old. So if we don't put babies in cribs once they develop independence, what happens if we try to put an adult who's used to being freedom of movement? What happens if we put an adult in a bed with side rails? Do you think they're going to just stay there? No, just like that baby, they're going to climb out of the crib. So we can't rely on side rails to keep our patients safe. That's not what they're there for, okay? There's way better ways to keep our patients safe. But remember that half rails are not side rails. Do you guys remember that? Half rails are not side rails. Half rails are top rails that allow for positioning, but they don't impact the patient's ability to get out of bed. So half rails are not side rails. You may have a test question on that. So why do we care? Well, when we have patients that are immobile or unable to move on their own, if we have an immobile patient, a lot of times immobile patients, if they can't get up on their own and we're afraid of them falling, we'll put those side rails up for safety, right? What does that require?
Doctor's order.
A doctor's order. So if we have an immobile patient, they have a doctor's order, they get side rails, everything is fine. But the problem is that those side rails, while they're keeping the patient safe, they're actually doing something way worse to the patient. And most people don't really stop and think about this. So immobility, or an inability to move effectively on your own, does a lot of things inside the body. Now, you guys just went over chapter 4. You know about all the body systems, and you know that something that affects one body system could affect other body systems because they all kind of work together. So we've already talked about that, but let's talk about the effects of immobility on these body systems. Immobility slows digestion. Your intestines require muscle movement to move food through the intestines. So when you eat and then you sit up and you walk and you stand and you go about your day, your abdominal muscles are actually moving the food through your intestines. They don't do that very well on their own. Well, if we have a patient who's not moving at all, their digestion is going to slow down. And that leads them to things like constipation or nausea or reflux. There's a lot of problems that go along with that. Immobility also reduces lung volume because your lungs can't expand effectively to take in the air. Remember, gravity pulls everything down. If I'm laying down, that means that gravity is pulling my rib cage down onto my lungs, and I'm not going to be able to inflate them very well. If you've ever had a cold and had trouble breathing, you probably sat up because the lungs are able to fill better. Well, if we have an immobile patient, their lungs are not going to fill very well. You're not going to get good air exchange. And the secretions in the lungs could actually harden, which leads to things like pneumonia and atelectasis. So a lot of really bad problems. Immobility also decreases bone density. Anybody ever hear the term osteoporosis? Yeah, that is a weakening of the bones themselves. Instead of bones appearing solid, they look more like Swiss cheese. Well, when we have a patient who's immobile and they're not putting any weight on their bones, they're not utilizing them effectively, then they actually start to break down in the body. That doesn't sound any good, does it? Okay. We also get muscle atrophy. So again, if we're not using our muscles, they tend to shrink and they get weaker. Decreased immune response. Your immune system needs a certain amount of working out to be effective. Now, I'm not talking about just exercise working out. I'm talking about exposure to pathogens working out to stay in tip-top shape, right? But when we are immobile, those blood cells that are responsible for keeping us safe, those white blood cells are immune cells. Those are made in the bone marrow. Remember, I said the bones start to break down. So we don't get as much immune cell production. That decreases our immune response. And because it's not working out all that well, they're not effective. So our immobile patients are actually at risk for infections. Does that make sense? Okay. It also alters cognitive function. Have you ever taken a couple of days where you just didn't feel it and you stayed in bed and watched TV and just kind of checked out, right? Yeah. That actually affects your brain. You're not as sharp. And part of that has to do with all of these things. Okay. So when we have a patient who isn't moving on their own, all of these are potential problems that we've got to figure out how to work around, work with. Make sense? Everybody good with that? Okay. So we can all agree that immobility creates a whole list of problems a patient probably doesn't need. So what we need to understand is that when we put a patient let's go back here, hold on. When we put a patient in a bed and try to keep them there, when we make them immobile, we actually are creating all of these problems for them that they didn't have before. Immobility is not good for patients. If the patient can get up, they need to get up. If they can walk, even as a fall risk, they need to walk. We just have to take some measures to try to improve safety as much as possible. Does that make sense? Healthcare workers get this wrong all the time. It's way easier on you if all your patients would just stay in bed. Way easier on you. Is it better for them? No, because of all of those problems. But a lot of CNAs get this a little bit mixed up. They start focusing on them and not the patient. So it's way easier if I tell these patients just stay in bed. I don't want to get you up. Right? Way easier. But it's not better. It's better for you. But at the end of the day, who should it be about?
The patient.
The patient. So we kind of have to rearrange our thinking here a little bit. Okay. So let me show you why this is a problem, especially with the skin, the integumentary system. That's what we were talking about earlier today. So we're going to do an experiment together, and I'm going to show you why this could be a problem. So I want you to take one of your hands and sit on it for the next 2 minutes. Please don't take it out, even though you're going to want to. Okay, I'll do the timing for you. Yep. So I want you to sit on one of your hands for about 2 minutes while we talk about this. And I'm going to illustrate something to you. This 2 minutes are going to feel like a long time. Just play along with me, all right? Okay, so we have gravity on planet Earth. Gravity pulls everything down. If I've got a 150-pound individual laying here and they're laying on a flat surface, gravity is pulling down with 150 pounds of force. That means that every point of this body that is contacting what they're laying on, force is pulling through that point. Okay. Just like right now, your hand, your body weight is pressing down on that hand. Now, why do we care? Because inside our body, we have bones. Those bones are hard objects. They're going to press down into the muscle. That muscle is going to squish the fat and the blood vessels. And then it's going to interact with the skin. Whatever surface you are laying on is going to press up into the skin. All of these blood vessels are going to get compressed, which means you're not going to get good blood flow through them. And any area that doesn't get good blood flow tends to die. So you do this on your own without thinking. When you're sitting in these chairs, you're always kind of adjusting yourself, wiggling, moving, stretching, all that. When you sleep at night, this system still works. Even though you're sound asleep, your body moves. You twitch, you stretch, you roll. You don't wake up for it, but you're always moving. And that is designed specifically to decrease the amount of pressure that is being exerted on those tissues from above and from below. Remember that your skin is sandwiched in between those two things. Now, that's a problem. Remember I said as we age, our fat level gets resorbed, it goes away. So now we don't have even any cushion. So most of the people that we put in bed are elderly. So not only do we have this whole thing to worry about, but they've also lost their cushion. So all of these effects are going to be magnified to the muscles, to the skin, everything in between the bones and the bed. Okay, good. You starting to feel a little funky?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and take your hand out.
Oh, I feel my pulse going to
Now, I want you to take a close look at your hand. Do you have red areas? Anybody have the pattern of the chair or your clothing on your skin?
My ring.
Your ring, right? So, guys, that was 2 minutes. That was just 2 minutes. Now, imagine if we left your hand there without moving it at all for 2 hours.
Yeah, no. It's ringing. My finger off.
Those wrinkles in your clothing, the pattern from the chair, all of that is going to press into your skin deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper the longer we leave it there without moving it. And eventually it will actually cut through the skin. We call this a pressure sore. This is how pressure sores form. Pressure sores have a couple other names. They're called decubitus ulcers, and they're also called bed sores. So you'll hear them all 3 ways. So pressure sores, decubitus ulcers, and bed sores, all the same thing. But we need to understand that this only took 2 minutes to imprint on your skin. Now, let's say we have somebody who had a stroke, still has mobility, but is a fall risk because their coordination's a little off. And you've got lots of patients to deal with, and they're in bed. It's tempting to just leave them in bed because they're a fall risk. But if we leave them in bed, what's going to happen to their skin? It will break down. Absolutely. Absolutely. So do you guys see that immobility is not good for the patient? It's not good for the skin, their lungs, their bones, their immune system, their digestion. It's not good for anything. So a big part of what we are going to do as CNAs is maintain the mobility of our patients. And we often do that by doing very simple things like taking them to the bathroom, helping them to the dining room for meals. It doesn't mean we have to be in the gym actually working out with them. Little bits of activity relieve this pressure. If you look at your hands now, you'll probably see that the redness has faded. Little bits of activity and changes in position are what's going to save our patient's skin if they're not up and moving on their own. Good? Make sense? Okay. This is why when you're sleeping, you change positions frequently. It's designed to restore circulation and to relieve those areas of pressure. You do this automatically without thinking about it. But if our patient can't move on their own because they had surgery, because they have a condition, because they're immobile, doesn't matter what the reason is, if they can't move on their own, now we're going to be the ones moving them. And our gold standard is every 2 hours around the clock, we're going to change the patient's position. Every 2 hours around the clock. So that means that if they're on their left side, at 2 o'clock, we're going to move them onto their back. At 4 o'clock, we'll move them onto their right side. At 6 o'clock, back to their back. At 8 o'clock, left side. 10 o'clock, back. You can see how it just keeps going round and round. This is called a turning clock. A lot of facilities will have sheets of this, like printed off and on the wall. So if I, as the nurse, walk into a patient's room and it's 1 o'clock, I can look at this and see they should be on their right side. I can look at the patient. Are they on their right side? If they are, I know my CNA is turning them appropriately. Because if that patient gets a bed sore, do you know who's legally liable for that? Me. The only way to prevent the bed sore is to turn the patient on a regular schedule. So as a nurse, I'm very, very interested in whether you are turning my patients because of the outcome to the patient, but also the liability to me. Make sense? Okay. So if you notice, it's back, right, back, left, back, right, back, left, back, right, back, left, never on their stomach. We do not put immobile patients on their stomach unless the care plan specifically tells us to. And that's because of gravity. If you are laying on your stomach, remember everything is being pulled down to the center of the earth. So all of my body weight is being pulled down onto my lungs. And my lungs may not be able to inflate. You can actually suffocate someone that can't move on their own, potentially, by putting them onto their stomach. We have to be very careful with this. Back right, back left, back right, back left, never stomach, unless it says, this could be a question on your written exam. When caring for an immobile patient, what position should you never put a patient in? Yeah. Good. Now, the other term for this position, face down, is prone position. Prone. Chapter 8 in your yellow book is going to go over different patient positions, but that's one you need to know. Supine is on your back or on your spine. Prone is on the stomach or posterior up. Okay. Lateral is laying on your side. Sims is laying on your left side with your right leg your knee kind of bent, kicked up. I call it the sleeping position, Sims position. And Fowler's is head of the bed up. Now, the way I remember that one, I have some really kind of funny ways of remembering stuff. But another name for chicken is fowl. Okay. So if I'm going to eat chicken, what position do I need to be in?
Sitting up.
Sitting up. So Fowler's is a chicken eating position, sitting up. Okay. You won't forget it now. All right. Any questions on that, the turning clocks? Okay. All right. So we've already gone over scoot and roll a little bit. Let's review it. To remain safe, the patient must be in the safe zone, the middle of the bed. This is after the turn. So if we're going to turn somebody, we're going to scoot them toward us so they don't fall off the bed. We're right there. And then we're going to roll them away from us. So we're going to remain behind the patient's behind. But after the turn, they must be in the middle of the bed. That's super important, guys, because first of all, we got fall risk. Absolutely. But if we turn a patient away from us and gravity starts to pull them back onto their back, we're right there to stop it. But if we turn them toward us, gravity will always try to pull them back onto their back. That's just the way our weight is distributed. If they start to roll away from us, we no longer have any leverage to stop that. And that's when your patient might potentially fall. So we never roll a patient toward us. It's always scoot toward me and roll away. Okay, so that is not safe. This skill that we're about to learn, sideline position, we are going to scoot the patient toward us. We're going to roll them away from us. We're going to use some pillows to keep them in position. So the evaluator is looking for this specifically. So if you scoot the patient towards you, you roll them on their side, you get the pillows there, and you step back and look at them, and they look like they're too close to the edge, don't ignore it. The evaluator is not ignoring that. If you need to start over, turn them back onto their back, scoot them a little bit more and do it again, that's what you need to do. Don't ignore it and think it's going to just be forgiven. It's not. Patients should never be near the edge of the bed. Okay? That is what fails this skill more than anything else, is having a patient too close to the edge of the bed. It's not just about going through the steps. All right, scoot toward me. I'm going to roll you away. Good enough. I did the step. That's not what this is. It's not about doing the steps. It's about making sure our patient is well cared for. Good? So we're going to scoot them toward us and then roll them so they're facing away from us, but in the middle of the bed. But what if your patient can't scoot toward you? What if they just had abdominal surgery, or they've had a stroke, or they're comatose? What if they can't scoot toward you? For the test, they can. If you're the patient, I'm just going to ask you to scoot toward me. Okay. For the test, they can. But what if in a clinical setting, they can't?
Grab their blanket and pull it.
Okay. So we've got a couple of options here. We're not going to use the blanket, but we do have a sheet underneath the patient when they're immobile called a draw sheet. Now, a draw sheet is just a plain sheet, a top sheet. Let me take this lady's top sheet for a second. A draw sheet is just a sheet, just like this one, a top sheet, or what we call a flat sheet. But instead of being I'm going to try not to let it touch floor here. Instead of being folded in half this way, it's folded in half long ways, like this. Long ways. It's touching the floor, isn't it?
No.
Good.
It did for just a second.
Okay. Shouldn't touch my uniform either. Sorry, guys. I have little pterodactyl arms. Okay. All right, so it's folded in half this way. And this is put on the bed underneath the patient, basically the heaviest part of the patient. So this would go between their shoulders and their kind of mid-thigh. When you put it on the bed, though, underneath the patient, we don't have these edges up. These edges are always under the legs. See if I can do this. These edges are under the legs, and the folded edge, this one here, is what goes under the back. Because it's an area of less pressure. 2 is greater than 1. So the 2 edges are going to cause more pressure. Okay, good. Questions? So this is a draw sheet, and it's put underneath the patient, and it's used like a sling. You can see that here. If I'm going to move a patient toward me, I'm going to untuck the sheet, because remember, nothing should touch the floor, so it'll be tucked under the mattress. I'm going to untuck the sheet, and I'm going to roll it up and pull the patient's body weight toward me like a sling. Now, if I need to move them up in bed, that takes 2 people, 1 on each side. But just to move them toward me, I can do that myself with the draw sheet. Okay, good. Now, there's other ways to move a patient if we don't have a draw sheet on the bed already. One of those is the segment method. I'm going to move the legs, I'm going to move the hips, I'm going to move the shoulders, I'm going to move the head. Segments. We also have something called a slide sheet. Now, a slide sheet, very expensive. Very expensive. But it's like a super, super, super slippery fabric that we put underneath the patient, and we can slide them on this super slippery fabric. It's pretty pricey, so most of the time these slide sheets are in a supervisor's office, and you've got to sign it out. You know, that way if it disappears, we know who had it last. That way you're not selling it on the eBay black market or something. So you probably will have to sign it out and back in, because they are very expensive. But they really do help move patients, especially larger patients, because it reduces friction.
I was gonna ask, are those only used for larger patients?
They're used in a lot of instances, but again, we have to go by our care plan, right?
Yeah.
So let me give you some examples of when one thing would be preferred over another. Let's say that we have a patient who has 3rd-degree burns on their back. Well, I wouldn't want to slide that person anywhere. I don't want to put my hands under that person to use a segment method. So the draw sheet would be our best option in that situation, right? But what if we have a patient who maybe has multiple compression fractures? Now, this is from osteoporosis. The bones are super, super brittle. Just touching somebody the wrong way can break a bone. They have lots of compression fractures. Then I may not want to use the segment method, because I'm moving them in different areas, and that can cause a dislocation. So the segment method might not be the best option for those with osteoporosis. Maybe the draw sheet might not be a good option for somebody who has like open wounds. So we would want to know by our care plan what method we should be using to move our patient if they have a condition that would keep us from deciding on our own which method we want to use. Okay, good.
If a patient's immobile and if they're immobile, do they lay down the whole time, or like, of course, according to the care plan, you have them sit up?
It depends, right?
Would you need 2 people to have an immobile?
It
patient
depends.
sit up? Okay.
It depends. So the question is going to be, why are they immobile?
Right. Okay.
So everybody's immobile for a different reason. So if we have somebody who has advanced Lou Gehrig's disease, okay, all of their muscles have completely atrophied. Their bones are, basically crunchy, right? Their body isn't working right.
Yeah.
But their mind is still there. Think Stephen Hawking, right? So do we really want that person in bed all the time? Probably not. Because remember, when you're in bed for a long period of time, it affects your brain. So getting up and getting oxygen to the brain and some mobility is a good thing. So in that case, we would probably need a lift, a mechanical lift, because patient can't help at all. Is it possible they're immobile because they are on a ventilator and we have them chemically sedated so they don't pull it out? In that case, getting them up out of bed probably isn't the best idea. because that's going to affect the ventilator. So the answer to your question is it depends.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Why are they immobile? Is this a short term or long term? There's a lot of things that are going to go into this. What are their other conditions? And that's why the nurse is going to make that decision. Okay. Now, if we're going to turn a patient on their side and they can't help us, we're going to use a method that makes it a little bit easier to turn somebody. And this is all about prep work. This is all about prep work. So when we have somebody laying in bed like this, the closest arm is going to cross their chest, and the furthest arm is going to go up. So if I'm going to turn this patient onto their left side, and they're laying down on their back, closest arm crosses the chest, furthest arm goes up. If I'm going to turn them onto their right side, closest arm crosses the chest, furthest arm goes up. Okay, so we don't use right and left here. It's closest and furthest because it depends on what side you're moving the patient to. Okay, so closest arm crosses, sees, closest crosses, and furthest extends. Okay, good. So once we have the arms in place, then we're going to go down to the legs. With the legs, the closest knee is going to get bent with the foot flat on the bed. The furthest knee is going to extend out. So it's going to bend and extend. So the closest knee is going to be bent with the foot on the bed. The furthest knee is going to be bent but extended out. Okay. So when you do that, you have a patient that's positioned like this. They're already kind of half on their side without us having to push and pull and do all kinds of stuff that's going to hurt them or us. So when you put somebody in this position, it's very easy to put a hand on their hip or their shoulder and their hip and simply roll them to the side. No stress, no strength. I can turn somebody 3 times my body weight using this method without hurting them or me. Now, if you start out with just a body in the bed, a flat body in a flat bed, and try to turn them over, you're not going to be successful. You're going to end up hurting them. It's not going to work out very well. They're going to fall backwards. It's just not a good system. If you do your prep work first, it becomes very easy. But the patient isn't going to stay on their sides because of gravity. Gravity is always going to try to pull the patient onto their back. So when we get a patient positioned on their side, we're going to use some pillows to keep them in that position, to keep them from rolling onto their back, to keep their legs separated so those bony areas don't rub together, to keep that top arm in a neutral position. We're going to use some pillows. So for this skill, we're actually going to use 3 additional pillows in addition to the 1 already on the bed under their head. So we're going to scoot the patient toward us. Closest arm crosses, furthest arm extends, closest knee bent, furthest knee angled. So I get them in position, roll them onto their side, and then I'm going to tuck a pillow behind their back in a roll. And that's going to keep them from coming backwards. I'm going to put a pillow between the legs, specifically between the knees and the ankles, so those bones don't rub. And the arm, when you lay on your side, that arm kind of falls forward. That puts a lot of pressure along the arm, the neck, and up into the head. It can cause muscle spasms and headaches if you leave somebody in that position for too long. So by putting a pillow underneath that arm and getting it into a neutral position, we can eliminate those muscle strains and headaches when our patient's in a sideline position. Now, there's already 1 pillow on the bed, the one under the head, and we can't ignore that one. We're going to put 3 more: back, knees, arm. But the pillow behind the head we want to look at, because chances are when you turn that patient on their side, their shoulder landed on that pillow. And that pillow is going to kind of scrunch that shoulder up. And this is not comfortable. So you want to adjust that pillow that's under their head so that it's just under the head and neck. nothing else. And we're going to put the call light in their hand. We want to put the call light in the bottom hand, not the top one, the bottom hand. Because if we put the call light in the top hand, that cord's going to go right over their neck. And that could be a choking hazard. So you want the call light in the bottom hand. Okay. So all of that is detailed here in our skill-specific steps. We're going to position the patient for turning. Farthest arm up, closest arm crosses, closest knee bent, furthest knee angled. We'll roll the patient in the middle of the bed with the upper knee bent in front of the lower leg. Right? We don't want them like right on top of one another. We're going to put a pillow behind the back, between the legs, under the top arm, and adjust our pillow under the head. And we're going to put the call light in the lower hand. Now, our patient, because we're turning them and putting a whole bunch of pillows in place, is probably going to be uncovered. What would we need? We need 3 pillows to do this skill. We're going to have a place to put them. So what are we going to use? A barrier. We're going to get pillows, 3 pillows. We don't want to hold them against our uniform. After we get them all situated, we're going to do our closing. So you guys see how all of these principles that we've learned are going to impact this skill. Good? Questions? Okay. Let me see if we can make this work. It's not really.
Out of respect, my stomach hurts a little bit. I don't want to blow that bathroom up because we're in class.
Go to the side.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just don't want to, like, seriously. I'm a very open person, guys.
You're fine.
That was.
That's very sweet.
Y'all wouldn't want to go in there.
Okay, so I'm going to show you this skill on that bed. So I'm going to need a volunteer in a minute. It's a top-down view. Okay. So, but it's going to show you how I'm going to get that patient turned and how the pillow placement is going to be. So I need a volunteer, somebody to come lay down in this bed for me.
All right. Let me just take this pen out.
You can leave your shoes on. And just lay down on your back in the middle of the bed. I am about to make you super comfortable. You're not going to want to get out. Can you stick down just a little bit for me?
I think that's the only reason why I didn't volunteer.
Because
I was for us.
I'm going to need it for my pillows. Put it down so you guys can see. So if you guys can't see very well, you can get up and come a little bit closer if you need to. But here we go. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I am fantastic. I need to turn you onto your left side. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to go close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. I'm going to close the curtain. And I'm going to go over to the sink and wash my hands. So those of you at home, you're not going to be able to see this. But I'm coming over to the sink. We're going to turn the water on. Wet our hands. Get some soap. We're going to get a lot of soap for bubbles count. We're going to bring our hands together and look at the clock. So I'm starting to rub with the second hand on the floor. I'm going to rub the tops of my wrists, the backs of my hands, and in between my fingers, in between my thumb and index fingers on both hands, the bottom of my hand by my pinky, the palm of my hand in between the fingers for no less than 20 seconds. And that's 23 right there. I'm going to go down each one of my fingers with my thumb to clean my cuticles, circle my nails on the palm of my hand to clean underneath, and then rinse. When rinsing, I want to keep my hands lower than my elbows. Make sure that I'm not touching the faucet or the sink. And then I'm going to tap to keep the water in the sink. I'll get some paper towels and dry only what's clean. Throw those away. Clean dry paper towel to turn the faucet off. So now that I have clean hands, I can get my clean supplies. So I'll come over here and get a barrier. And we're going to put that on the table first. Notice I did not get my pillows yet. I need to put my barrier on the table first. So I need 3 pillows and a privacy blanket. Let's move this out of the way. 3 pillows and a privacy blanket. I'm not going to hold them against my uniform. I'm going to put them on the table. All right, Ms. Jones. I'm going to put this privacy blanket over you. This is just going to help keep you warm and provide some privacy while we do this skill, okay? All right. Can you hold this for me? Thank you. And I'm going to pull the sheet all the way down just to get it out of my way. Yep. All right. So I need you to scoot your whole body toward me. So you're laying on your back, but closer to me. There we go. All right. Now I'm pretty short. I have to bend to do this, but I'm pretty short. It doesn't really bother me. Those of you that are a little taller, you can raise the bed up to a comfortable working height. If you don't want to bend, that's fine. But what do you need to do at the end of the skill if you raise the bed?
Lower it back down.
And chances are you'll forget during the test because there's something about when you get to the end of the skill, you just try to race through it to get it done, right? So be careful if you do raise the bed. All right, Ms. Jones, I'm going to take your furthest arm and put it up over your head. I'm going to cross your closest arm over your chest. Probably going to pull that wire out. I'm going to bend your closest knee and put your foot flat on the bed. And then I'm going to angle this knee outward. So for the camera, I'm just going to remove the blanket for a second so you guys can see how she's positioned. Is that coming through?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now she's already half on her side without me having to push or pull or anything like that. So she's not going to help me with this. I'm going to put a hand on her shoulder and one on her hip. Did you guys see that? She did not help at all. So you really can turn somebody 3 times your body weight using that process as long as you prepare them first. Okay. But now we got to use some pillows to keep her there. So I'm going to take my first pillow. I'm just going to move your hair out of the way because I don't want to tuck it. I'm not going to pull your hair. All right, I'm going to lay this against her back, kind of like a ski slope. See how it's at an angle? And I'm going to push this edge of the pillow underneath the patient right here. So I'm going to push down and then forward, like an L. Down and then forward. So I'm going to go down and then forward, under. And if I do that, this edge kind of pops up a little bit. So this edge is also going to be put in the same place. So I'm going to roll it up, press down, and then forward. So we're going to go up, down, and forward. Okay. See how that's a roll behind the patient? This is a hard pillow, guys. It's hard to learn how to do this. It's going to take a couple of practices. But the thing about this is, if we don't get that in a roll, your patient's going to roll backwards. So this is pretty important. During the test, if that pillow kind of pops out a little bit, address it. Stop and redo it. Don't ignore it. The evaluators do see it. I guarantee you they do. Now, if you're really having, little hint, cheat. If you're really having trouble getting that pillow to stick, just roll the patient back onto the pillow a little bit. All right, so now we're going to take the second pillow. This one is going to go between the legs. So I'm just going to move the blanket out of the way a little bit. I'm going to lift this top leg. I'm going to move this one back. Whoops, nope. Bring it back just a little bit. We're going to put this between the legs. And I want this one slightly in front of this one. See how they're not exactly on top of each other? Mm-hmm. Top leg slightly in front. Okay. And then we're going to take this pillow and we're going to place it under. Do you see that top arm? See how it's kind of falling down? Mm-hmm. I want that in a more neutral position. So I'm going to lift her arm and place the pillow right there. making sure it's not over her face. Super important. Now the pillow on the bed we still have to address. So I'm going to lift your head up and I'm going to pull that pillow out. See how her shoulder is on the pillow? There we go. We're going to put this one underneath. And the call light goes directly in the bottom hand. Good? I told you I was going to make you comfy, didn't I? Yeah. So now our skill, we've got we've got our patient on her side. We've got all of the pillows in place. We're going to cover her back up, remove that privacy blanket. Anything that we remove from the bed, we wind up in a ball so it doesn't contaminate other surfaces. We're going to put this right in dirty linen. We want our patients to look good when we leave them. So I'm going to arrange this sheet a little bit better. All right. That looks good. Night. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? All right, we're still going to offer a magazine. I know it makes no sense. We're just going to do it for the test. Would you like a magazine before I go? No. All right, now I'm going to open the curtain. I'm going to look around my environment. It's not clean. What do I need to address? The barrier. Don't forget to look around. So we're going to take that barrier and we're going to fold it up and throw it in the trash. Here we recycle. Put that here.
So many can move it. I was like,
All right, I'm happy with my skill. So now I'm going to go wash my hands. For the test, we would actually physically go to the sink and really wash our hands with real soap and real water for the first skill, beginning and end of the first skill. After that, they're going to tell us we can simulate. So this is my second skill of the day. I've already washed my hands for the first one, and we're going to simulate hand washing. So I'm going to say, I would wash my hands now. Okay. Once you simulate hand washing, documentation not required for the skill, I would tell the evaluator, my skill is done.
So you wash your hands and then tell me you're done?
Yep, because remember we have to end skill with clean hands. So we can't end the skill until our hands are clean. But let me show you something real quick. I'm going to uncover you. This is important, okay? If I don't get this correct, the patient won't stay on their side. So just relax for me. Let me show you what happens when this pillow goes away. See how much she came back? This pillow is doing a lot of work. So you've got to make sure that it's in the right place. Did I hurt you by pulling your hair? Okay. So now I'm going to remove these. Okay.
She's like, but why?
Right.
I know. No.
I'm sure she can learn fast from over
Okay.
I was put out.
All right. Any questions on that skill? Yes.
For the test, do we have to make hospital corners for when?
For the making an occupied bed, yes, but they don't have to be pretty. Okay. The whole goal of hospital corners is to get the edges of the sheet, the part that's hanging down, off the floor so that we don't contaminate that sheet.
So what's like, I'm not too I don't know, I hope this is like a good way to like say this, but what would be the correct wording or verbiage? So say like the back pillow comes out because I didn't get the second part L'd all the way down.
Right.
So I don't do that, but it comes out. How, like, what's the best verbiage to like explain?
So
it?
if
Just
I
like,
were-
oh, it came, like, the pillow came out, let me fix that and then we'll continue.
Yep. If it were me and I were testing and that pillow didn't stay under the back, I'm talking to the patient, not the evaluator.
Yeah.
So, oops, Miss Jones, your pillow popped out. Let me get that fixed for you. Let's try it again.
Okay.
Let me pull you back onto the pillow just a little bit so it stays in place.
Okay.
That's perfectly okay.
Appreciate it.
That is a little cheap, by the way, for sideline position. Get their body weight to hold that pillow if it's not staying. If you learn how to do this right, it'll stay. but it takes a little bit of practice to get it right.
So with the evaluator, see that you're doing a little cheat about putting more on the top?
But it's okay.
Okay.
It's an acceptable cheat.
Okay.
All right, so let's go ahead and take our break before we get into foot care because I've got a lot to teach you about diabetes, and I don't want to stop that lecture midway. So let's go ahead and take our break. Come back at 5, 10, 15, so 10 till. 10 till. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is today's the last day I can use my coupon from the CPA?
Yes.
I was gonna ask that too.
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
17? For what?
For
CPR.
50%.
We're doing CPR most and half off here. I didn't know we had coupon.
No, when you come to CPR class, I give you a coupon for 50% off of scrubs.
Oh, okay.
2 scrub items.
Okay, so
Oh, yeah, we gotta go to that class and forth.
I don't know. There's a lot over there.
There's a lot over there.
You said we're on break,
Like
right?
they're
Wrong break.
expensive.
Yeah, it's much to
Do you make the prices this way?
The manufacturers set the prices. But we do give a discount. I mean, normally you get 30% off,
Okay.
but with the coupon, you're going to get 50% off.
They have it there, she said?
So I would do the 29th.
No, unfortunately. Because the clearance is like 70% off.
I was gonna say, I actually found like
I am not going outside.
Yes.
like figure that out on like today's the last day of class. These that I have on, first of all, they're new.
I unfortunately won't be able to stay after
Yeah,
to teach. I'm very sorry. I just got some appointments this afternoon.
they're comfortable, but
Um,
these are medium right
did
now.
you watch the lesson?
I was trying to, but I have such a hard time focusing on something.
Yeah, no, I understand.
My 3-year-old just bugs me the whole time, so.
Yeah, we can work on that.
Okay.
But yeah, I just have to.
Yeah, okay, no problem, thank you.
Okay. So like material quality. You could always get a jacket too over there and get soft. Get something that straps.
I got Hello Kitty compression socks. Sorry, did not mean to just. Sorry.
Never mind.
Oh, you're fine. My body works.
Amanda has to. The name of it said Life Path is Amanda Castro. They're on 50.
Comes on for hospice patients who is flossy. She was like, ask if she knows me. I was like, I'll try.
The name sounds familiar, but I couldn't be for sure whether it's
Yeah.
because I worked with her or maybe she shopped here. but the
Exactly.
name
That's what
was-
I was like. I was like, I could try it, but I don't have any guarantees.
I'll be back.
Wait, you have a what?
She's a pocket bully.
I'll show you.
Yeah, show me.
I'll find a picture of like my bigger dog too.
Yeah, it's small. No, it's not small. No, technically.
Like it's a toaster.
That's
We're all
my
talking about dogs. I just got a puppy. Wait, now I gotta pull up her picture.
They know.
Yeah, my dogs are Chihuahua dachshunds.
Oh yeah, you got a baby.
They're small.
That's my smoking.
I have a little tiny mini Labradoodle.
Really? Yeah, he's cute.
I'm like, can we show him again?
I bring her to work
His name's
every once in a
Royal.
while.
Actually, his name is Slim Shady, but we're not gonna talk about it.
Sorry. Bring your dog to work day. I'll bring Stab. I'll bring my big boy.
I bring my puppy, bring my big one.
That's why I have a dog bed much way over there.
Really?
My dog don't like it.
I've seen that too the first day, and I
Any
was like,
stranger
maybe
will
we should
just
just
bark
use
until you
that
get
as
your
a
dog.
clip.
She is tiny.
What kind of dog do you have?
It's a mini Labradoodle, but she's under 10 pounds.
Oh wow!
Wow.
Are you afraid to break
That's
her?
perfect.
That's my mom.
Wait,
My
it's on
mom dog, the mom of my dog, she's tiny.
That's
She's
your dog
only
name?
10 pounds. And she's
my-
only 10 pounds wet. So
Yes.
His name is Murphy.
All right, so let's get back to work. Okay, we're going to get into foot care. If you go to page 118 of your book, we're going to talk about foot care. So looking at all the principles that are involved in foot care, there's not much to learn. We know skill rules. We know the opening. We know how to evaluate if we need gloves. We know to use a barrier. We know linen rules. We know washing rules, basin cleaning, and the closing. So the only thing that we really need to learn here are the steps specific to foot care. Now, this is even easier because those steps are pretty similar to hand and nail care. You guys remember hand and nail care? Right? We put the hand in the basin to soak, took it out to wash, put it back into rinse, took it out to dry. We filed the nails, cleaned under them with the orange stick, and applied lotion. You guys remember that? Somewhat familiar? Foot care, very, very similar. The big difference is that we're not going to do anything with the toenails. We don't clean them. We don't file them. We don't do anything with them but look at them. That's it.
That's the worst.
And then if the patient has a something that needs to be addressed, they have a red area, they have an ingrown toenail, their toenails need to be clipped, anything like that, we would pass those observations along to the nurse. And there is a podiatrist that comes into the facility once a month. They don't go around room to room looking for victims. They go in, they look at the list, they see the patients on the list, and that's how things get addressed. So you do foot care, find the problem, report it to the nurse puts them on the list, and the podiatrist takes care of the problem. If you aren't doing foot care, or you're doing foot care and not observing anything, those problems will never get addressed. Good? Now, foot care is one of those skills that nobody wants to do. I get it. I'm not a big foot person either. I understand, but here's the problem. You guys are all young and bendy. You can look at your own feet. Most of you could probably look at the bottom of your own feet. As we get older, we get less bendy. Older people are not going to be able to look at the bottom of their feet, and some of them won't even be able to see the tops of their feet very well. So foot care is done on patients that can't observe their own feet. Good? Okay. Remember, as long as you can do something, you will continue doing it. As long as our patients can do something, they will continue doing it. We're only doing skills on people that can't do those skills on themselves. But this is actually a pretty important skill because as we age, a lot of our injuries will actually happen to the feet. Now, there's a reason for that. You guys read chapter 4. Chapter 4 talked about the changes of aging. And one of those changes of aging is decreased sensation. So people that are older may not feel what they're walking on the same way that you do, because those nerves have just kind of degenerated over time. They may not have the same coordination you do because their muscles aren't as strong, so they're more prone to injury. They may have more infections than you do, partly because they're bathing in a communal area, right? But the other part is that their immune system isn't working the way it used to due to aging. So we got a lot of things that are working against our elderly population, and that's why foot care is ordered usually about once a week. Foot care, very much like hand and nail care, we're going to wash what the care plan tells us to wash. So hand and nail care, we put the hand in the basin to soak. Foot care, we'll put the foot in the basin to soak. Hand care, we washed, rinsed, and dried. Foot care, we're gonna wash, rinse, and dry. We want to, when we were moving the hand in and out of basin, we supported it. When we're moving the foot in and out of the basin, we were going to support it. We're not going to put lotion between the toes, though. Between the toes is warm, dark, moist. Remember, that's the environment that is not good, right? So if we put lotion there, that traps moisture, and it actually can lead to fungal infections between the toes. No lotion between the toes, but lotion everywhere else because the skin is probably a little dry. Okay. We want to look for any wounds, sores, rashes, red areas, anything abnormal. We're not going to let the foot touch the floor. We want to use a barrier. And we're going to replace the sock and remove the wrinkles. Now, let's go for just a minute to page 139. 119. Sorry about that. Got 119. 139 is where we just were. So if we look at the care plan at the top of page 119, it tells us to provide foot care to how many feet? One. What if the patient has two?
You just do
Just do one. Why? Easy answer.
Care
Care plan. Absolutely. Using soap and water. So it's telling us what to wash with. Nothing special here. No special medicated soap. Nothing unusual. Just soap and water. Residents sitting in a chair and their sock and shoes should be replaced at the end of the skill. Let me explain why this care plan says that. If you look at the bottom of the page before, page 118, you'll see that this skill is going to be done on another testing student. You might be a patient for foot care. Yeah, it's a great opportunity to go get a pedicure. Okay. Tell your family, I got to get a pedicure. I could be a patient for this. Okay. Great excuse. But you might be a patient for this. Now, when you go to the testing center, you are going to be fully clothed and you're going to have shoes and socks on. The only requirement dress code for testing is that you have closed-toed shoes and socks. It's the only requirement for testing. You don't have to be in scrubs. You can wear anything to the test. But there is something to look the part, act the part. So I suggest that you go in scrubs because it'll put you in the right mindset. Okay, so I strongly suggest scrubs, but it's not required. What is required is closed-toed shoes and socks. Okay. That's because this care plan says to replace the resident's sock and shoe. You're probably not taking clean socks with you. You probably don't have a pair of clean socks in your pocket right now, do you? No. In a clinical setting, after washing somebody's feet, we're going to put clean socks on them. But for the test, your patient, whoever's playing your patient, doesn't have clean socks with them. So you're going to replace the sock and the shoe that they wore in. That's why it's in the care plan. Because what do we do with care plans? Follow them. It's already telling you what to do. Okay, good? Makes sense? All right, there are 32 steps to this, so theoretically it's still easier than a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Okay. It's actually a pretty easy skill. But I need to explain to you a little bit about diabetes. Because a lot of our patients, as we get into healthcare, a lot of our patients are going to have diabetes. And diabetes is going to affect the foot care that we provide. We need to understand a little bit about how this works. Now, this is a very complex subject. There are diabetes educators that literally spend years learning about diabetes. I'm not going that deep. We only have about 15 minutes to learn this, right? So this is not years of study. This is a 5th grade overview of diabetes, overly simplified. Keep that in mind. So let's talk about diabetes. So every cell in your body needs fuel. That makes sense. Every cell in your body needs fuel. And in most cases, the number one fuel that your cells are going to prefer comes in the form of carbs. Because every carb that you eat breaks down into sugar, and the sugar is an easy fuel source for your cells. Carbs in our society get a bad rap. Carbs are not bad. Carbs are not bad. They're actually very good. Carbs in excess are bad. Okay? But carbs themselves, not bad. Your body needs a certain amount to be able to function. So what is a carb? Well, a carb or carbohydrate is anything with a certain amount of starch in it. So things like bread, rice, pasta, potatoes, noodles, anything with flour, anything with sugar, they all are carbs. And I've just, described most of our diets. Okay. So let me explain to you how this works. So when you eat carbs, your body's going to break those down into sugars. Those sugars go into the bloodstream. Now, your cells need those sugar molecules for fuel. So we got to get the sugar into the cells. And that doesn't happen automatically. When you take in carbs and they break down into sugars, your brain triggers a factory that you have in your body to make some keys to open the cells. The factory is your pancreas, and the keys are insulin. So you take in carbs, your body breaks them down into sugar, your pancreas makes insulin, insulin opens the cells, the sugar goes in, cells are fed and happy, and life goes on. But you always have excess sugar that doesn't make it into the cells because the cells are all fed and happy and they don't need any more sugar. So when you have excess sugar wandering around your bloodstream, we have to think about what effect that's going to have, because sugar doesn't get excreted very well. So if you have excess sugar in your bloodstream, you're not going to pee it out. We have to have another form of storage. So that's what your fat cells do. When you take in excess carbs, your body uses what it needs for fuel. And then anything extra is going to be put in moving boxes and stuck in a storage unit called your fat cells. Those moving boxes is called glycogen. So we take the glucose and the sugar in our bloodstream, we convert it into glycogen, putting it in a box for storage, and we shove it in a fat cell somewhere for later use. Everybody good with that? But eventually, all of our storage units get filled up. So we're at we have a problem then, because we can't excrete excess sugar. Doesn't work that way. And our storage units are all full. So now we've got sugar in the bloodstream that isn't being used by the cells, can't be stored anywhere, and can't be excreted. It's just in the bloodstream going round and round and round and round. And that's going to cause us some problems. And those are the problems that we're going to talk about. So we eat carbs. Carbs break down into sugar, enters the bloodstream. Your pancreas produces a key called insulin. Insulin opens the door to the cell. The sugar is then able to enter the cell, and our cell is happy and well fed. That is a healthy, functioning system. When we have diabetes, what's missing here is the key. We eat carbs, they break down into sugar. Sugar goes into the bloodstream, circulates around. Our cells are hungry. Cells tell the brain, hey, I'm hungry. Brain says, yeah, there's sugar. Go ahead. But the sugar can't get in the cell. So the cell starts yelling a little louder, I'm hungry. Brain says, yeah, there's sugar. Go ahead. But the sugar can't get into the cell. So we end up with all of our sugar outside of the cells, and we end up with our cells that are starving and dying. Anybody ever know a diabetic? Anybody familiar with a diabetic? They crave sugar. They love to eat sweet stuff. Usually a bag of M&Ms under their pillow. Or some donuts on the counter, right? They love to eat sweet stuff. And I want to explain to you that that is not their fault. Do not shame them. And it all has to do with this guy right here. When the sugar can't get into the cell, that cell starts to scream. And the brain says, oh, you're hungry. Well, we must be out of sugar then. Let's go to the store and get some sugar. So your brain tries to figure out the quickest form of sugar available and triggers a craving. So our diabetic patients, when their cells are starving, will crave sweet stuff. The problem is that they eat that bag of M&Ms and it doesn't help them. Their cells are still starving. Yeah. Because that sugar that they just took in can't get into the cell. It's all stuck on the outside. What I'm going to tell you, though, is that there is a little tiny back door on the back of these cells. Little tiny back door. That back door is opened with protein. It's not as efficient. It's not as effective, but it is helpful to fuel the cells. So when we have a diabetic patient who is craving sweet stuff, we know it's not personality, it's dying cells. So if you can get them to eat a little bit of protein with those carbohydrates, then the cells will get fed and their cravings will diminish. So peanut butter and crackers, cheese and apples, a half of a tuna fish sandwich. So if we have a patient who's craving sugar, the best treatment for that is a little bit of carbs that keeps their brain happy, and a little bit of protein that keeps their cells happy, and then our blood sugar levels start getting more stable, and we don't get those cravings. Make sense? Good? Remember, 5th grade version, okay? We're way down here. It's way more complex than that, but this will get you started. So let's talk about what happens in the body when we've got all of that excess sugar running around our blood system and it has no cells to get into because we have no keys. So you got all this excess sugar running around the body. Well, have you ever seen like a cake that has frosting on it left out for a couple of days? What happens to the frosting?
Separates.
Yeah, it separates and it becomes hard, right? So those are sugar crystals. You can actually, if you look at it really close, you can kind of see the little crystals, right? Those are sugar crystals. If you look at crystals under a microscope, they look like this. This is what sugar crystals look like. See those sharp, jagged edges, right? You don't want to step on this with your bare feet, do you? Sharp, jagged edges. Well, why do we care? Well, all of those crystals are inside your arteries, circulating round and round and round. And over time, just like that cake frosting, they're going to separate. We're going to get an oily part and we're going to get a hard part. And that hard part, those crystals are actually going to settle on the inside of the arteries. Now they're crystals, sharp, jagged crystals. When we're born, our arteries look like this. Man, I wish I had these arteries again. Mine do not look like this, and yours probably don't either. These are good, healthy arteries. But over time, with the American diet, we tend to have a few issues along the way. So a lot of older people say, well, I was never diabetic before, and now I'm 65, and all of a sudden I'm diabetic. How did that happen? Did I catch it somewhere? And the answer is no. Diabetes actually begins early in life. We don't see the effects of it until way later, but let me explain to you how this happens. Let's take a 2-year-old. 2-year-old gets up early. Mom's not ready yet. So mom parks the 2-year-old in front of the TV with a cartoon, lays down on the couch, and hands the kid a Pop-Tart. Right? That Pop-Tart are carbs that are going to break down into sugar. That makes the pancreas produce insulin, a key. That's right. To be able to utilize that sugar. So about 7, 8 o'clock, mom finally gets up off the couch and gives the child some cereal. Now, children aren't eating all bran, are they? What do they eat?
Fruity Pebbles.
Yeah, Fruity Pebbles is one of my favorites. Yeah, Captain Crunch, Cookie Crisp. I love that one. Those are all carbs that break down into sugar that makes the pancreas produce insulin, right? So then the kid gets a mid-morning snack. Good mom. Mom gives the child some fruit as a mid-morning snack. And that fruit is actually carbs that break down into sugar and makes the pancreas produce insulin. So now it's lunchtime. We're going to have the national toddler diet of chicken nuggets and mac and cheese. And those are carbs that break down into sugar and causes your pancreas to produce insulin. Afternoon snack is usually some sort of Little Debbie snack cake or something like that. And those are carbs that break down into sugar that make our pancreas produce insulin. Dinner, let's have some buttered spaghetti and a salad that they're not going to touch. So buttered spaghetti are carbs that break down into
Sugar.
yeah, and makes the pancreas produce insulin. And then, of course, we have to have dessert before we go to bed, and that's always a sweet treat, which is carbs that breaks down into that causes our pancreas to make insulin. Do you guys see this one day out of that person's life? One day. Do you see how much that pancreas had to work? Now do that for 70 years.
Oh, yeah.
Your pancreas is like done.
I need to throw away everything that I have for my daughter now.
It's absolutely true. So diabetes actually begins with our eating habits in childhood. Now, once we get to be teenagers, we live off of pizza and French fries, which is even worse than what we were eating as a kid, because at least we, kind of worked in a couple fruits in there, right? So we need to understand that our eating habits are what causes diabetes later in life, because we're overusing that pancreas, and eventually it's just going to say, I'm done. So what does that do to the inside of the arteries? Well, as your body, remember you start out here, right? As your body has all of this saturated fat and the sugar crystals and everything, it starts to build up on the inside of your arteries. Now, what that does, you can see that this is a little bit thicker and there's a little bit of plaque built up here. Now, it doesn't have any appreciable difference yet. This is probably somebody in their late teens, early 20s. No appreciable difference yet. But the problem is that this is narrower than this. Remember we talked about blood pressure is the amount of pressure inside the artery when the heart is squeezing and at rest. The pressure is going to be higher just because there's less room. So this person is already seeing a little bit of higher blood pressure. So we haven't learned our lesson yet. We keep eating the way we eat. And when we're in our 40s, our blood vessels start to look a little bit more like this. Because those sugar molecules, as they settle on the inside of the arteries, because they're jagged, they're going to catch things that are floating by, like cholesterol, which looks like pizza cheese in your arteries. It does. Legit looks like pizza cheese. Cells are going to get shredded as they float by. Platelets are going to get all caught up in there. So we're going to get a bigger buildup. This person has high blood pressure because even at rest, not much room for blood. Now, with advanced diabetes, if we don't fix what's happening here with diet and exercise, and we let it continue, our arteries are going to get almost completely clogged. Now, as blood slows down or stops, it will always clot. When blood slows down or stops, it clots. This blood has stopped. That's going to cause a blood clot. If it happens in my brain, it's a stroke. If it happens in my heart, it's a heart attack. If it happens in my leg, it's a what we call a thrombus, and that can travel to my lungs and kill me.
It is type 1 diabetes or type 2, or does it matter?
Doesn't matter. All diabetes acts the same inside the body.
Ew.
Okay, we're going to talk about the difference between type 1 and type 2 in a minute.
Okay.
Okay, do you guys understand this? So it is in our best interest, in order to prevent these complications in our patients, to help them manage their blood sugar levels. So we've got to pay attention when we're passing trays. If we have a patient who is on a diabetic diet, we don't want to mix up their tray with a regular tray and dump a bunch of carbs in their system, right? We want to help them choose the appropriate snacks. Instead of ice cream, maybe some sugar-free Jell-O might be a better option. So we're going to help them.
I wish my mother-in-law would listen to me.
Yeah, we're going to help them choose better snacks, those types of things. That's our role as a CNA. So let's talk about the difference between type 1 and type 2 diabetes. How many of you guys have heard that there's 2 different diabetes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is all the same, right? Doesn't matter what, you can label this any way you want to, it's still diabetes. Doesn't matter what kind we're talking about, still diabetes. But let me explain to you the difference between the 2. Type 2 diabetes is what we call adult onset diabetes, and it usually occurs because we've overworked our pancreas throughout our lifetime, what I just explained to you. Adult onset diabetes means that our onboard factory for keys is offline. It's either not working at all, or it might be making keys, but it's making car keys and we need house keys. Wrong keys doesn't help us a bit, okay? So that's insulin resistant diabetes or type 2 diabetes. Now, type 1 diabetes, juvenile diabetes, means we were born with a pancreas that didn't work from day one. Now, the effects are all the same. We're still going to get those same diabetes effects. It's just that our body isn't making insulin from the very beginning. Adult onset takes a long time to build up because we're wearing our pancreas out. It did work one day. Now it doesn't. Juvenile diabetes, we start out with a pancreas that doesn't work. So we're going to get effects faster.
But does it start working eventually?
Depends on the mechanism. It depends. There are some medications that we can give. So yeah, that helps the pancreas out a little bit, gives it a little crutch. Okay. There's insulin that we can give through shots. So we're actually, instead of asking our factory to make the keys, we're just injecting the keys.
That's what my mother-in-law uses.
There's insulin pumps, which puts out a steady stream of keys. Okay, so there's a lot of different ways to manage this. But at the end of the day, I need you to understand this part.
Okay, so type one diabetes is usually like what you see in the younger people
Right.
and everything. Okay.
Now, I do want to address that real quick though. 50 years ago, we used to see type 2 diabetes or adult onset diabetes in middle age or older people. Okay? Because it takes a while to wear your pancreas out. But now, because our American diet is so horrible, we are seeing adult onset diabetes in children.
Oh, okay. Wow.
It's not because they were born with a bad pancreas. It's the fact that we wore that pancreas out early in life. Yeah.
Yeah, my best friend's daughter's probably going through that right now. She's only 6, maybe pre-diabetic.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember that. So weight has a lot to do with this, right? So remember I said that anything that isn't used by the cells is packaged up and put in a storage unit. You guys remember what that storage unit was? Fat cells. That's right. So once we run out of storage units, that's when the problem stories start. So that's why when you are overweight and have a lot of body fat on you, your doctor is going to look for diabetes because they know that all of your onboard storage units are being used, which means excess blood sugar could be circulating and causing all kinds of problems inside our arteries. Okay, so the best thing you can do is to limit your carb intake to make sure that you're not overwhelming your system and making your pancreas work way harder than it has to. But there's an exercise component to this as well. Now, one of the things exercise does is it makes the cells hungry. So hungry cells are going to eat more sugar, right? So if we have a lot of sugar on board, if we exercise and make ourselves hungry, they use more of it. And then we don't have to store it. So good? Everybody really, honestly, should be getting 15 minutes of cardio activity every day. Let's walk, calisthenics, something like that. 15 minutes of cardio activity every day will help manage or prevent this. We're not good at that, though. It's hard to work it into our lifestyle. It's hard for me to work this into my lifestyle. I have a little beagle dog in addition to my little tiny dog, and he likes to walk. In fact, if I don't take him for a walk every day, he gets a little bent out of shape. Okay. So I try to walk him around the block. We have a route that we mapped out. It takes about 25, 30 minutes, and I try to do that pretty much every day. But lately, I've been spending a lot more time at my computer because I'm trying to get these slides done and do the worksheets and all this other stuff that I have to do. So he's not getting his walk as much as he would like. Thankfully, he's pretty insistent. But that means that I also am not getting my level of exercise that I need to prevent this from happening. So if I develop diabetes, I can't say, well, I didn't know. Okay, I have no excuse. So I've got to be a little better about getting my walk in as well to prevent this. So good? Questions? All right, so that all sounds pretty bad, doesn't it? But it's not all of the story. These sugar molecules, these guys, don't just stop with coating the inside of the arteries. They do something that's actually even worse than that. I mean, that's pretty bad, isn't it? That's pretty bad. But we have something that's even worse than this. Those crystals are going to coat the nerves as well, the outside of the nerves. Now, on our body, okay, if I'm standing up here, we have gravity on planet Earth, which means gravity is going to pull heavy things down. Crystals are heavy things. So that means that on planet Earth, if I have excess sugar in my system, the gravity is going to pull that sugar down. What's the lowest point of my body? What's the lowest point of my upper body? So diabetics are going to have these effects greater in their and feet, hand and nail care, foot care. Got it? Okay, so these crystals are going to coat the nerves. What does that mean? Well, we are hardwired. There's nothing wireless about us. If I stub my toe, there's an actual physical nerve from my toe to my brain. A real nerve, an actual physical nerve. Well, sugar, by coating that nerve, is going to interrupt that signal. So my toe knows that it's injured, but it can't get the information up to my brain. So remember, the two places this is going to happen the most is hands and we're less bendy when we get older. So we may have a foot injury that our brain is not aware of. And this is the whole reason that we're looking at the feet for foot care. Because the patient may have an injury that they're not aware of due to all of those factors. Got it? So a big part of this skill, like the biggest part of this skill, is actually observing the foot. So during the skill, you actually have to say, I'm looking at the foot. Or I don't see anything wrong with your feet. Or I'm not seeing any red areas. Your skin looks good. You got to say something out loud so those evaluators know that you know why you're doing this. Okay? So there's some other rules that go along with this as well. One of those rules is if the patient's feet hit the floor, we talk about their shoes. No one should ever have unshoed feet on the floor, especially if you have diabetes, because if you get injured, you may not ever be aware of it, right? So let me give you a story about this. Years ago, I was an agency nurse. Now, an agency is like a substitute nurse. Remember in high school when you had a substitute teacher that came in, not your regular teacher, they kind of gave you some busy work stuff to do, right? Not your regular teacher, but somebody warm-bodied to, fill the spot and do the essentials. That's what agency nurses are. They're substitute nurses. I don't work for the facility. I'm sent in just to do the bare minimum, just to keep the place running. Good? So I'm sent into this nursing home rehab one day. Half of it was rehab, half of it was long-term care. And I'm getting a report. I go in to see my patients, and I walked in one room, and the light was off. The big light, he had one small light just above his bed, one of those little tiny fluorescent lights just above his bed. And as I walked in, I flipped the light on and said, "Hey, Henry, I'm Patty, your nurse today." And he starts yelling right away, "Turn the light off, turn the light off." Okay. So I turned the light off and I walked up to the bed. Clearly, there's a problem with the light. I got to get to the bottom of it. So, "Hey, Henry, I'm Patty, your nurse. What's up with the light?" He says, "Oh, I've got diabetic retinopathy and the bright light hurts my eyes." I said, "Oh, okay, cool." So I'm talking to him. I've got a little cup of pills. I'm doing my little assessment, trying to figure out all real problems, all potential problems. And as I'm standing there, I'm catching an odor. Now, if you've ever smelled a wound, they're very distinctive. And I know that this guy has got a wound somewhere just because I can smell it. So I pull my little report sheet out of my pocket, and as we're talking, I'm looking, and there's nothing on there about a wound care orders, nothing. That's a problem. So I ask him, "Hey, Henry, can I take a peek? Because I think you might have a wound brewing somewhere, and I'd like to see, just make sure your skin is clear." He says, "Do what you got to do." Now, let me tell you a little bit about Henry. Henry was a man in his late 50s, not very old, late 50s, still worked. I knew he had diabetes. He said he had diabetic retinopathy, and the bright light hurt his eyes. And he was there because he had had a small, mild stroke. Okay. He was recovering well, had gained function, his speech was improving. He was actually getting ready to go home and back to work. He was there for rehab. Okay. Very independent, a little gruff, ex-military, you know. But we got along just fine. So as I'm looking at him, because he did agree, I'm looking at all the usual suspects: the back of the head, the tips of the ears, his shoulder blades, lower back or coccyx area, hips, back of the legs. I'm working my way down, and he's got those little slipper socks on, right? You know, the slipper socks that have like the white dots on them, right? And I asked him, Henry, can I take your socks off and look at your feet? And he barks out, no. Oh, I hit a nerve there. Why? He says, I have diabetic neuropathy, and if you touch my feet, it hurts. I don't want anybody touching my feet. I found my problem. Because if he told me no, what did he tell the CNAs?
He told everyone no.
He told everyone no. So if somebody went in there to do foot care on him, what did he tell them?
No.
And they didn't report it to
The nurse.
the nurse. Yep. We have no idea how long this guy had gone with no one looking at his feet. No idea. But I turned up the charm, because you can always get further with patients by being nice than being mean. So I turned up the charm, and when I get charming, I'm really hard to say no to. So he agreed. He let me take his socks off. I took the right sock off, and skin was a little scaly, a little dry. Been a while since he'd had foot care, but overall in good shape. Went to take the left sock off, and it was stuck to the bottom of his foot.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Found my problem. So I go get a big basin of salt water. We call it saline. Warm it up. Put his whole foot in there, sock and all, because I got to loosen that up to get the sock off to see what I'm working with. Left, went to take care of another patient, come back, went to take the sock off, and I had to give a little bit of a little force to it just to get the sock to separate so I can see what I'm working with. And I did. And as I kind of just a little bit, something flew off of his foot beside me. And now I'm counting toes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're all there. That's good. So what went flying beside me? So I looked. Floor was just like this. Okay. Speckled. Baseboards just like this. White. Just like a clinical setting. And up next to the baseboard, I find this.
What is that? What is that? Is that a nail?
This is a white painted thumbtack.
Stop.
Metal thumbtack.
You took it all.
White painted metal thumbtack.
Oh my God.
You stepped on it.
You stepped on it?
That's right.
Foot.
That's right. This is not the thumbtack.
Okay. Makes me feel better.
This is not the thumbtack.
It's like,
But it was
oh my
stuck in
God.
the bottom of his foot.
Oh my gosh.
Nobody knew, and he
Now, nobody knew because
He kept saying
the
no.
light was off.
Mhm.
He said no. And because he had diabetes, he didn't feel the thumbtack in the bottom of his foot. So I'm now looking at an area on the bottom of his foot that's about this big around, black, dead tissue. Now, we're good in medicine. We can heal a lot of things. But once something is dead, it is well and truly dead. So,
His leg caught or his foot?
I document all this. I call the doctor. I take my pictures. We get a wound care consult. I called the family. I did everything I was supposed to do, and then I leave. It's not my facility, and it's not my patient.
She said you came for a while.
So about 8, 9, 10 months later, I don't know the exact time frame, I get sent back to that facility, but I'm sent on the long-term care side, not the rehab side. And as I'm getting report, whose name do I see? Henry's. So this is sad. He was in his 50s,
Oh,
and
he's
now
in the
he's in
long-term.
long-term care.
Mm.
Oh,
Wow.
that was horrible. So I go into Henry's room. Hey, Henry, I'm Patty. I'm the nurse that found the wound on your foot. What's going on? And he pulls the sheet back, and he had to have a below the knee amputation. He lost his leg. Yep.
I know he was bad.
So let's rewind just a little bit. That's tragic, isn't it? It's horrible. It's a true story.
Is he happy to see you?
Absolutely true story. No, he wasn't happy to see me.
But yeah,
No, he was not happy to see
the
me.
day his whole entire life changed.
That's right. That's right. So let's rewind a little bit. Okay. We can't fix the fact that he didn't feel the thumbtack in the bottom of his foot. I can't rewind time and give him no diabetes. Right? So we're kind of stuck with where we're at. But if we rewound just a little bit of time and thought this through, if he had had shoes on when he was walking, where would that thumbtack be? Do we amputate shoes? No. You should never walk somebody with just slipper socks. How many of you have ever been a patient in a facility? When you were a patient at the facility, they gave you a gown and those little socks, and you put them on, thought you were styling. And you probably got out of bed and walked to the bathroom all by yourself. You probably even walked out to the nurse's station or around the unit. And some of you probably even walked downstairs and went to Subway. Because I've been in that Subway and there's always a patient in line. Okay? Those slipper socks, when you put them on and you walk anywhere, you are picking up all of the pathogens that are on that floor. And when you get back into bed, what gets back into bed with you? All of them. And they're just looking for a nice, warm, dark, moist hole to crawl into. And if you happen to have a wound or an incision or a sore, those are all ideal, warm, dark, moist places for those pathogens to invade. When we are in a clinical facility, you should never walk somebody without shoes. Does that make sense?
What if they can't put shoes on? Like, what do you cover their foot with?
So again, this is going to be a nurse problem,
Mm-hmm.
right? I want you to go to your nurse to problem solve this, because I can't give you every answer that would, fix everything. But in most cases, when you go to the hospital, you have shoes with you. They're in a bag in the closet.
No, I mean, what if your feet get swollen?
Right. So if we have swollen feet, you come to me, hey, the shoes don't fit. I'm calling the family, bring some slippers.
Oh, slippery.
If we can't get slippers on, or the family isn't available, or I don't have any other options, I'm at least, at the bare minimum, going to put a second pair of slipper socks on so that I can take those off before he gets back into bed. Make sense? Mm-hmm. So at least we can protect against pathogens if we can't protect against sharps. A good rule of thumb is if you would not let a toddler walk in the area without shoes, you should not let an adult walk in the area without shoes. Good? Okay. So here's the other part of that. Let's rewind just a little bit and let's say, no, we didn't have any shoes, couldn't put shoes on him. He stepped on the thumbnail. If we had been looking at the foot, we would have caught it earlier and he wouldn't have lost his foot, his leg, right? If we had, let's say that he did step on the thumbtack, it did go in his foot and he said no foot care. If we had told the nurse that the patient won't let us do foot care, the nurse could figure out a way around it and at least be looking at the foot. All of those things contributed to where the patient found themselves. And where did they find themselves? Not at home.
So he lives there now?
He lives there now.
He can't
Talk
go
about,
home no more.
talk about a lawsuit.
Could that be a lawsuit on his end?
Lawsuits are so difficult.
Yeah.
You really have to prove intent. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot.
I'm mad at
You have to
him.
prove intent. It's a little more difficult than just
Yeah. I forgot
Is
about
it
the
like
intention part.
accidental intent or like malicious intent?
a case could be made for negligence on that, but again, it's going to be a very, very, very tough road.
I was gonna say, that would be a tough
Especially
case
for
to crack.
refusing.
Yeah.
If you were to see
Because
it,
that's just one thing. Because he did
Yeah,
refuse
him
it.
refusing.
I would
Yeah,
not
That's one thing
I
right
would
there.
have done something if I was that CNA when they catch and take children as what you're supposed to. Like I
Sure,
would
they
have
put that he
Yeah.
refused.
Yeah,
They didn't put that he
But they
didn't.
didn't.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So does that make sense?
Yep.
Are slipper socks ever enough?
No.
No. Shoes are best.
Yeah.
Shoes are best because shoes protect us against both the pathogens and the sharp things that are trying to get into our feet. Shoes are best. If we can't use shoes, go to your nurse and get a suitable alternative. Might be slippers, might be an extra pair of socks, but one pair of slipper socks that they wear in bed and out of bed, not sufficient. Okay, good. We're going to learn the rest of this a little bit later on in the program. So I just need you to know the first two for right now. If the patient's feet hit the floor, we talk about their shoes, and slipper socks are not enough. Now this plays into foot care specifically because our care plan says that we have to replace their sock and shoe at the end of the skill. So if we do this skill and we don't, we leave the patient sitting in the chair with their bare foot on the floor, you will fail this skill because we can't leave a patient without something on their feet. And we didn't follow
The care
the
plan.
care plan.
Plan.
Okay? Good? All right. So here are our steps for foot care. We're going to soak the foot in water, a basin on the barrier on the floor. We're going to support the foot while we move it. We'll wash, rinse, and dry everywhere. Wash, rinse, dry. But when we put lotion on, we're not going to put lotion between the toes. Everywhere else is fine, but not between the toes. When we put lotion on, we warm it up, and then what do? Right, put it on and wipe off the excess, absolutely. While we're there, we should be looking at the foot. This is why we're doing foot care, not this. This, looking at the foot, is the reason that we're washing, rinsing, and drying. Remember, you have to say something on the state exam.
Even though it's not like personal skin, can we still like use gloves?
Okay, so let's talk about gloves for this. Remember our rules, right? If we're going to touch any body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin, right? It's not just if we're going to, it's if we could possibly. The whole reason that we're doing foot care is to look. Since we don't know if there is a wound, rash, sore, or anything on the bottom of the foot, that's why we're there, then that possibly comes into play. So should we wear gloves?
Yes.
Yes.
Good? Yes. Absolutely. We don't put bare feet on the floor. We're going to replace the sock and remove the wrinkles. Make sure the toe seam is over the toes. And we'll secure the shoe over the sock however it normally secures. You know, tying it, Velcroing it, slip-ons, whatever it however you fasten it. All right, so let's look at the care plan one more time on page 119 so I can show you the skill. Provide foot care to one foot using soap and water. The resident is sitting in a chair and their sock and shoe should be replaced at the end of the skill. Those are our instructions. Okay. So I'm going to show you. Let me figure out how. Nope, that's not it. Okay, I don't know how to get out of this. I don't know how to get out of this.
What's wrong?
I've got to I got to show you the video for this, but I don't know how to get off of this screen. Let me see if I can play the video. Let's see what it does. Of course not. All right. Oh, technology. One day I will figure it out. All right, so
Look at faces. So big. So it's just like.
there it is. Okay. Hey, look at that.
Hello,
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Wonderful. I need to do foot care. Is that okay?
Yes.
Let me go close your curtain, wash my hands, and then I'll gather your supplies.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to get a barrier, and we'll place this on the floor right in front of you, and you can place your foot on the barrier. I'm going to get a basin, soap, and lotion. We'll place that on the barrier. I'm going to get 2 washcloths and a towel and a set of gloves. I'm going to get some water for washing. Okay, Mr. Jones, would you like to check the water temperature and make sure it's okay?
Yes.
Is it
Great.
good?
Yes, great.
Very good. I'm going to set this here. And I'm going to kneel on the barrier and apply my gloves. I'm going to roll up your pants leg and lift your foot so I can remove your sock. We'll place your foot in the basin to soak. I'll take the first washcloth and wring it out, making sure that your foot is wet. I'm going to place your foot over here on the towel and apply soap to the washcloth. I'm going to wash all surfaces of the foot. I'm going to lift your foot up so I can wash the bottom, and I'll observe for any red areas, wounds, sores, or any other abnormalities. We'll put your foot back in the basin to rinse. I'm going to place your foot on the towel to dry. And I'll ensure all surfaces have been dried thoroughly. I'll take one of the narrow edges and go between your toes to blot. And I'll dry the bottom of your foot. Now I'm going to apply some lotion. We'll warm the lotion in our hands. And apply lotion to all surfaces except between the toes. So I'm going to lift your foot and we'll apply lotion to the bottom as well as the top. And now I'm going to wipe off the excess lotion so that you don't slip. Okay, go ahead and place your foot back on the barrier. And now I can reapply your sock. There you go. And we'll put your shoe back on. Can you slide your foot in there for me, please? Okay, Mr. Jones, I need to put all of my supplies away now. I'm going to gather my dirty linen and place it in the dirty linen hamper. I'm going to take the basin to the sink and clean according to the basin cleaning procedure. On the way back, I'll collect the soap and the lotion and put the basin back in the drawer. Now I'll collect the barrier and throw it away. Now I can remove my gloves. Okay, Mr. Jones, are you comfortable?
Yes.
Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here?
No, thank you.
Okay, your call light is here. If you should need anything at all, please let me know. Can I get you a magazine while you're waiting?
No, thank you.
I'm going to open my curtain and wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll review the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and tell the evaluator my skill is done.
Question.
All right. Any questions on that? Yes.
So I noticed you put the same sock on him. Isn't that dirty though?
Right. So for the test, you're going to be doing this on another testing student, and they're not going to have clean socks available.
Okay.
So that's why our care plan says to replace the patient's sock and shoe, not put new ones on. Okay, the care plan is going to address that because we know and normally you would put clean on, but our patient doesn't have any.
Okay.
Okay. Questions on sideline position or foot care? Moving on now to mouth care. Now I'm not going to go to slides for this. We're going to talk about it because I'm going to show you the video in just a minute. So I want to keep the screen up. Okay. So mouth care. Let's go to page 92. And there's nothing new to learn for mouth care. We know skill rules. We follow the. We know the opening. We know to evaluate for gloves. Now this time we're going to be touching body fluids. So do we need gloves?
Yes.
Okay. We have to have a clean place to put our clean supplies. So we'll use a barrier. We know linen rules. Don't hold our linens against our uniform and discard anything that we don't use. We know how to clean the basin. We rinse it, dry it, and store it. And we know how to do the closing. So all we need to go over now is mouth care steps, okay? So if you look at page 92, you can see the steps there. It says must be sitting fully upright. Well, we're brushing their teeth. They can't be laying down in bed. We're going to protect their clothing with a towel. We're going to wet the toothbrush before applying toothpaste, and that lets the toothpaste spread around much better. If you put toothpaste on a dry toothbrush, it tends to get gloppy and it doesn't spread very well. So we want to wet our toothbrush first. We're going to brush all surfaces and the tongue. There's no time requirement here. You're not being timed, making sure that you brush your teeth for 2 whole minutes. It doesn't work like that. Just brush the top and the bottom, the front and the back, and the tongue. We're going to allow the patient to rinse and spit as often as they need to. If you use a lot of toothpaste, they're going to have to rinse and spit a lot. If you use just a little bit of toothpaste, this goes a little easier for your patient. So don't overload the toothbrush with toothpaste here. And then we're going to leave the patient's face and clothing dry at the end of this skill.
And we're doing this on the student?
Yes, if you look at the bottom of the page, you'll see that this skill should take somebody with your level of experience 12 minutes or less. Are you guys familiar with brushing teeth?
Yeah.
Does it ever take 12 minutes?
No.
No. They give you way more time than you actually need here. But it also shows you that this is going to be done on another testing student, which means you might find yourself a patient for this skill during the exam.
I know you said like not to like talk to anybody or anything like that, but I mean like shouldn't you get to know like some of the people?
You can say hi, you can be friendly, that's fine, but don't talk about the skills because it'll ramp up your anxiety and you'll probably get some bad advice. So no skills, okay? This is not a hard skill, guys. A resident with natural teeth is lying in bed and needs mouth care. The resident is not able to provide their own mouth care. We're just brushing our teeth. We are going to put the head of the bed up, though. Now, I'm going to show you the video for this one because it's got good close-ups. But I'm going to modify this a little bit. I told you we're getting ready to retape the videos, and that's because one of the steps in the videos has changed from what you see on what I'm going to show you. We have to put the head of the bed up. But if you remember, our instructions told us that we can't touch the patient until we have clean hands. Yeah. So we can't put the head of the bed up until after our opening. You're going to see it on the video done before we wash our hands. So we're going to move that in our minds, move putting the head of the bed up until after we wash our hands. But once we have clean hands, we probably don't want to touch that bed controller. It's been touched by everybody. So if we use a paper towel between our clean hands and the bed controller, it works great. Okay, and then just throw that paper towel away. Good. So that's going to be a change from the video that you're about to see. Instead of putting the head of the bed up before we wash our hands, we're going to put the head of the bed up after, but we'll use a paper towel. There's nothing to teach you for this. It's just brushing teeth.
I think it's just like the idea of brushing someone else's teeth.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a little on the weird side for sure. It's really weird to be a patient for this on the test as well.
Because they're older, they're like our age or whatever.
Yeah, you'll have all different ages at the test. We have some people that are 17 or 18, just graduated from high school and just getting started. You'll have people in their 70s that are looking to care for their friends and their neighbors and get paid for it. So everything in between. CNAs are all ages.
It's like cool, with you're a patient.
Yeah. So for the test, if you're the patient, just be pleasant and cooperative. Go to your happy place. It'll only be a few minutes. Okay. Let me show you this video.
Do you get to choose to be that or no?
Nope. Part of the test is you are agreeing to be a patient for somebody else testing.
Do you choose your partner? Or do they?
The evaluators assign you.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Wonderful. I need to do mouth care. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to put the head of your bed up. And then I'll close the curtain, wash my hands, and gather my supplies.
Okay.
We'll get you to a full upright sitting position for safety. And if I can get you to lean forward, please. There you go. Is that more comfortable?
Yes, much.
Okay, I'm going to close your curtain and wash my hands now. I'll gather my supplies. I'm going to start with a barrier, and we'll place that on your overbed table. I'm going to get a towel, a set of gloves, a basin, toothbrush and toothpaste, and a cup of water. We'll prepare the toothbrush first. We'll get it wet, place a little bit of toothpaste on it, and set it in the basin. Mr. Jones, can I place this towel over your chest?
Yes, please.
Okay. And now I'll apply my gloves. Okay, Mr. Jones, can you open wide for me? I'm going to brush the back on the bottom. The back on the top. And can you bring your teeth together? And stick your tongue out for me. Thank you. Set that aside. Go ahead and take a sip. Rinse your mouth. Let me wipe that off for you. Another sip.
No, thank you.
Okay. Now I'm going to dispose of my cup, wrapper, and toothbrush. I'll be right back. I'm going to remove the towel and place it into dirty linen. Going to go clean the basin, and I'll be right back.
I noticed that some of the steps are a little like different.
After we wash our hands with paper.
Okay, so like you still unravel the toothbrush and everything without gloves?
Everything, yeah.
Okay.
Because what's the first thing you're going to touch? Patient, not the supplies.
I'll place the toothpaste in the basin, use the paper towel to open the drawer, and place the basin and toothpaste in the drawer. I'll clean up my work environment and go throw these items away. Now I can remove my gloves. Okay, Mr. Jones, is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? A magazine?
No, thank you.
Okay, your call light is right here. If you should have any needs, let me know. Can I adjust the head of the bed for you?
No, this is great.
Okay, I'm going to open the curtain and go wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll think about my skill, make any corrections I need to make, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Okay, if you think being a patient for mouth care for the test is difficult, imagine being a patient for mouth care on national TV. So he deserves a round of applause.
Good job. Who is that?
That is my son.
Let's see. That makes sense.
Aw.
Yeah.
I would be like, come on, Tom.
What's that?
You got 2 sons?
I have 3 sons and a daughter.
Oh, wow. She's like, I'm on 19 kids and counting.
Yeah, with all the neighborhood kids I've collected, it's probably about right. All right. So any questions on mouth care?
Now, when you put the seat up and everything,
Yeah.
you adjusted his pillow. Is that a requirement?
You really
obviously
should.
It's comfortable.
Yeah, you
and
really
everything,
should
but-
because that pillow actually, when it's behind your head, it's comfy. But when you're sitting up and the pillow's behind your head, it
Yeah,
actually forces your head forward.
Right.
And that's not a safe position.
Okay. Yeah.
So if you have them lean forward and slide it behind their back,
Okay.
it makes it more ergonomic.
Right.
So they're less likely to aspirate.
Okay.
This might sound like a silly question, but I'm being so serious. So I'm sorry if it's stupid or not.
No,
but,
not
like,
at all.
Okay. So, and I don't even mean like, I mean in a clinical setting, right? Say you're brushing somebody's teeth. They have I think I heard someone say this, they have a really bad gag reflex, right?
Right.
So I know for myself, I brush the back of my tongue. Am I supposed to brush the back of a resident's tongue? Like, are you
You're
supposed
going to
just
brush
do,
the-
like the tip of it?
The
like,
tip of the tongue.
That's it?
Now, yeah, for
Okay.
every situation is going to be a little different. And I know I sound like a broken record, but it depends on what's happening with the patient.
Yeah.
If they have thrush,
Mhm.
which is a candida fungal infection of the mouth,
Mhm.
then my care plan is going to say brush tongue thoroughly.
Okay. So it really does.
It really does depend
Okay.
on the needs of
Sorry.
the patient. No, it's a great question. But in general, we brush the tip of the tongue and the flat surface to the extent that we promote the gag reflex. Everybody's gag reflex is a little bit different.
Yeah.
So if I've got a toothbrush and I'm going back a little far and they start gagging, I'm not going there.
Yeah.
You know? So it's to the point of comfort for the patient.
Thank you.
But certain circumstances are going to adjust that one way or another.
Mhm.
Does that make sense? I'll give you a really bad story about mouth care.
This is great.
So guys, if you have to do, I know it's not a pleasant skill. I get it, right? Nobody wants to brush somebody else's teeth, and your patients certainly don't want you in their mouth. They would much rather do it for themselves. But let me tell you a story about what happens if we don't do our job well. Okay? I've got two stories for this. The first is a young man in his early 20s who was riding a motorcycle, lost control, and hit a tree head on. He was paralyzed from the just about shoulder level down. So he could move his head, he could talk, but he couldn't take care of himself anymore. He was paralyzed from here down, nothing worked. And he had been in the ICU for probably about a month, maybe even longer, 6 weeks. Had an intracranial bleed, swelling. It was a whole thing, right? So he finally gets moved to a step down unit in preparation to go to a nursing home because his family, he was not in a situation where his family could take care of him. So he was going to a nursing home in his 20s to live out the rest of his life. So this guy's whole life had changed dramatically. Like what I tell my kids all the time is there are fates way worse than death. So when you want to be risky, I don't want you to think about dying. Dying is easy on you. I want you to think about this. If you want to do risky things, you need to understand that you may be living out the rest of your life in a nursing home with some stranger taking care of you. So a lot of us, if we get into risky behavior, we tend to think, well, if I die, it's no big deal. Right? That's not worst case scenario, guys. So this guy was transferred to my unit. And I realized pretty quickly that he didn't talk a whole lot. Now I'm thinking he's probably pretty depressed. I would be. This is a very bad thing, capital B, bad thing. So I'm thinking he's probably depressed. I'm thinking about talking to the doctor about a psych consult. He's probably going to need someone to talk to get a lot of this stuff out. Otherwise, he's going to end up very, very angry. But I also noticed that when he did answer me, he always turned away, turned his head away when he answered. And I finally started asking some very pointed questions to try to figure out what I'm dealing with here. Remember I said every observation counts? So this was a big clue. And I had to figure out what it was a clue to. Well, come to find out that the entire time he was in the ICU, nobody had brushed his teeth. And he knew that he had monster dragon breath. He had a lot of teeth that were actively hurting, but he didn't figure he could go to the dentist in his condition, so he was just going to have to live with it. So, I mean, that's bad.
Yeah.
Anybody ever have a toothache? They're like all consuming. And this poor guy, he's got way more on his plate than he can deal with. And let's add this to it. I mean, that's just no good. So I got a hold of the doctor. We got a dental consult. He ended up having to have multiple teeth pulled because of the decay. And it just was not, you know, the one thing this guy had left is that he could eat. And then we took that from him. Yeah, it just, what we do, guys, matters. It matters. It definitely matters to your patients, and it really should matter to us. So somewhere along the line in the ICU, somebody should have said, hey, anybody brushing his teeth? Because, you know, they're still in a living body. They still need to be taken care of. But because it wasn't on a care plan anywhere, everybody just said, not my problem. Moved on. But it is this guy's problem for the rest of his life. Now let me tell you about what happens when people do mouth care, but they don't do a very good job at it. When I was a hospice nurse, I had a consult to see a patient that had this is absolutely horrible. She had a abscess in her sinuses that had broken through into her brain. And it had all happened because the people that were doing she had dementia. She was still eating, but she had dementia. The people that were doing her mouth care either weren't doing it at all, possibly, or they were just getting a little bit of the front and moving on. She had pocketed food way up here on her gums. She had dementia. She doesn't know what she's doing. So food had gotten pocketed way up here in the back of her mouth by her gums, and that food sat there and rotted. And it ate into her gums, and it ate into her sinuses. She had a huge abscess that then penetrated into the brain, and it was going to kill her. All because the caregivers that were supposed to be caring for her, guys, that's a verb. Caring is a verb, means action. The people that were supposed to be caring for her did not do their job. They did not do mouth care. So yeah, I get it. It's an icky skill. Nobody wants to do it. Nobody wants to have it done. But this is one of those skills that has very, very real world consequences if you aren't doing your very best. It killed her. And there was nothing we could do about it. Now, if that were your grandma,
That's crazy.
how mad would you be on a scale of 1 to 10?
100.
Broke the scale.
Yeah. Especially considering that the family had to pay $3,500 a month for their loved one to be in this facility, and they didn't even brush her teeth. So what were they getting for that money?
Question. Since she was on hospice, could they have used those little stick thingies with the sponge to get to the back?
Sure, absolutely. But they should have way before hospice.
Well, 100%. But
Way before hospice, but yeah. Yeah. What we do really matters. It really, really does. So if you're going to be a CNA, it's not for everybody. It really isn't. But if you're going to be a CNA, be the very best CNA you can be. Because somebody's family member is depending on you. Good? Okay. All right, let's move on to respirations. This is going to be on page 54. Oops, come back. There we go. There we go. Jeez. All right. So let's go to get my slides here. Let's go to page 54. You can see that we already know all the principles involved here. We know skill rules. We know the opening. We know how to evaluate for gloves. We know the closing, and we're going to learn some respiration specific steps, but it's really, really easy. Respirations is the act of breathing. We're just going to count how many times they breathe. How long do we count for?
1 full minute.
Oh,
Or
how long the care plan says.
there it is. Easy answer. Have you noticed most of the questions I ask you end with the care plan? Right? Okay, so let's take a look at the care plan on the top, page 55. Patient will be lying in bed for skill. Count the patient's respirations for 1 full minute and record your readings. So how long are we counting for?
1 full minute.
Yeah, you were right the first time, but for the wrong reason. 1 full minute. Step-by-step instructions located there. They're pretty easy. Supplies for this skill, pretty easy. You need a watch or a clock, a documentation form, and a pen. This is actually the documentation form you'll be using for the state exam. So you can get familiar with it. Here's the big thing about respirations. You cannot tell somebody you're counting the respirations. It alters their breathing. If I tell you, I'm going to count your respirations. Ready? Go. Yeah, it really, it'll make you stop breathing. Or you start breathing fast because now you're anxious. So yeah, so we're not going to get an accurate read. It's very common. We're not going to get an accurate reading if we tell somebody we're counting their respirations. So instead, I want you to say vital signs. I'm here to take your vital signs. Now, the other problem with this is you can't just stand over somebody without touching them and stare at them for a full minute, because that is creepy. So when we're doing this, not only are we going to tell them we're taking vital signs, we're also going to hold their wrist like we're taking their pulse, because that calms them. It makes them feel not self-conscious, and we'll actually get an accurate reading. Good. All right. In and out is counted as 1 full cycle. So okay. Doesn't matter whether you count on the inhale, the plateau between, or the exhale. It all counts as 1. So it doesn't matter where you're counting. Okay. Inhale and exhale is 1. So if you start counting, if you look at the clock, the second hand gets to the 12 and the patient is mid-breath, and you say start, you're still going to count it. Because remember, the whole thing counts as 1, even any part of it. We always report respirations over 1 full minute, but we don't always have to count for 1 full minute. So let me go. We're going to count as long as the care plan tells us to. So this care plan says 1 full minute. That makes it easy, 1 full minute. But if the care plan didn't tell us 1 full minute, we could do like we do for pulse. Count for 15 seconds and multiply that by 4 to get our minute. Just like pulse. So this is very, very similar to pulse. It's going to look like the pulse because we're holding their wrist. It's going to sound like the pulse because we're quiet, and so are they. What's different is our focus isn't going to be on what our fingers feel. It's going to be on what we see. Okay. Good. Normal pulse rates are between 12 and 20. So that's what we're hoping for. But for the test, you can be off by 2 breaths in either direction and still be okay. So if our normal is between 12 and 20, and the evaluator got 16, which is right in the middle normal, right? If you got 14, 15, 16, 17, or 18, you're accurate. Because you can be off by 2 breaths in either direction and still be okay. That is a huge margin of error, guys. Huge. All right, so this is a documentation skill. Page 48 talks to you about documentation principles, but I want to go over a couple things really quickly with documentation. Most of the time, majority of the time, CNAs don't document in words. CNAs document in numbers. So you would write down the number of the pulse or the number of the respirations or the number for the blood pressure readings, the percentage of the food they ate. You may check off a box that you gave them a shower or, that they had a bowel movement, but very, very rarely will you be writing in words. But if you do, if your facility requires that you write in words, there's a couple things you need to be aware of. First of all, we want to be accurate. Don't write anything you did not do. We want to be brief, the fewest words possible, because medical records are legal documents. But you want to be complete. You want to give the whole story. Don't leave details out. The biggest thing about documentation with words is you never use I statements. I think, I saw, I heard, I felt. Who does that put the focus on?
Yourself.
Yeah, who's focus supposed to be on?
Patient.
The patient. So you do not use I statements. The patient seen sitting in their room, staring out the window, refusing lunch. Way different from, I think the patient's depressed. You don't have the authority to make diagnosis or to interpret what you see. So facts only. Word documentation and number documentation is always done in pen, never pencil. Documentation is done in pen. You will document in the color that your facility requires. Sometimes facilities break up documentation by shift. So day shift uses black, afternoon shift uses green, night shift uses red. So we can tell at a glance what happened on each shift. Most documentation now is electronic, which means you'll be typing it in. All of those electronic entries are time stamped by the system. So you're going to learn how to document wherever you go, but there are a few principles that you do need to know, such as documentation that's written is always done in ink. We never white out anything. We never erase anything. And we never mark through it with a Sharpie to obscure it. If we make a mistake, one line, write error above it so we can still read it, and initial it with your initials. That way you're taking ownership of it. I wrote, when I was in nursing, an entire page of an assessment on a patient. Lots of words. And realized I was in the wrong chart. I can't throw that away. It is a legal document. So I had to write one line through the whole, each line through the whole document, error, wrong chart, and my initials. Yeah. So you need to know this because some state test written questions may come from here. Okay. Good.
For the test, do you have to use the clock on the wall, or can you have your own?
Okay, great question. So for the exam, there will actually be a clock above the bed. In every testing center, there's always two clocks, one above the bed, one above the sink, always. That's a requirement for the testing center. If you have a watch, you can use your watch, but it can't be a smartwatch. You're not allowed to use any electronic devices in the testing center. So if it's a smartwatch, you can't use it. If it's a regular watch, you can. So it really depends. But for the most part, the evaluators are timing you based on that clock. So it really is in your best interest to use the same timing device that they are. So everybody's on the same page. Does that help? Yeah, you can wear a watch. It's okay. But you can also use the clock that's there. Now, there's something to do to make this just a little bit easier on you. So I need a volunteer, somebody to come over here and lay in this bed for me.
I'll do it.
All you gotta do is lay there and breathe. Can you take your sweater off though?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And just lay in the middle of the bed on your back. So when we are counting respirations, remember in and out counts as 1. And we don't want to just stand over a patient and stare at them because that's really high on the creep meter. So don't do that. But it's not always easy to see breathing when, you know, it's easy, quiet, even. It's not really exaggerated. It's kind of hard to pick up. But there's something you can do to help you notice it a little bit better. So go ahead and lay down for me. Okay.
Oh,
So if you look at her laying down, can you put your arms at your sides for me? Yep, you're good. If you look at her, it's kind of hard to see her breathing. You probably won't even be able to see it on camera. If you look laterally across, you can see her tummy raising and lowering a little bit. But for you guys over there, it's probably really, really hard to see her tummy going up and down. For the test, there's something you can do to help with this to make it much more visible. You can use it in a clinical setting as well. It's okay to use. But if I just drop this right there,
oh wow.
now it becomes way more visible. I did not alter her breathing. What I altered was your ability to see it. I use psychology. Because your eye is drawn to movement when it's a contrasting color. So for the test, you can put an alcohol pad on their tummy, and that lets the evaluators count it more effectively as well, because they can now see it from across the room rather than having to be right over your shoulder. Okay, so good. Let me show you this skill. There it is. And I'm going to do this skill from beginning to end. Yep, you're still there. I'm going to do this skill from beginning to end. Opening, skill, closing, document. But I'm going to simulate hand washing for the sake of time. This is my 4th skill. The evaluator's already seen me wash my hands, so they told me I can simulate. So I will do this skill with simulation. Do not simulate until the evaluators tell you to. Here we go. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Fantastic. Hold on. Fantastic. I need to take your vital signs. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to close your curtains. Let me go wash my hands, and I'll be right back. I have washed my hands. They are now clean. All right, Miss Jones, I'll do all the work. I will need you to remain quiet during this time, but I'll let you know when I'm done, okay? Let me just set that there for just a second, and I'm going to hold your hand. All right, can everybody see? Mm-hmm. When I say start, I want you to count her respirations until I say stop. Remember, in and out counts as 1 until I say stop. And we'll see at the end how close we got, okay? So everybody ready? Start. Stop. Thank you very much, Miss Jones. Are you comfortable? Is there anything else I can get for you on here? Magazine? Okay. Bed's in a low position. Environment is clean. Here's your call light. If you need anything at all, let me know. Okay. We're going to ensure that the patient is covered. Let me just put that back up there for you. I used to have the bell. Yes, it did, but then students were annoying me by hitting the bell, so I took it out. All right, so I'm going to open that. My hands are clean. I have just washed them. I'm going to document my reading. Wash my hands again. My hands are clean because I'm ending the skill with
Clean
clean hands, and my skill is done. Okay, you can get up. What did you guys get?
I got 13.
13.
13? Okay, I got 13. So if you got 11 or 12 or 13 or 14 or 15, you are accurate. Okay,
You did a good job.
so you guys see how respirations is done?
Yeah, that's
Pretty easy.
pretty, yeah.
Pretty easy. All right. Oops, totally forgot this. Okay, so now we're going to move on. We're getting out of skills and we're going to get into test registration instructions. Okay. So on my website, my main website, foryourcna.com, if you look under the testing tab, let me pass this whole packet over to her, please. The whole thing.
Oh.
If you look under the testing tab, you will see test registration instructions and background screening. We're going to go over it in class today, but these items are online for you to review as well. Yes.
Miss Patty, but is it do or did for number 5?
Chart what you, either way, chart what you do or chart what you did. Either way is fine.
Okay. It said do or did. Period.
You pass that whole thing over. All right, so now you have your packet. This is the actual registration packet for the test. We're going to go through this step by step. The first page is mine. It's going to tell you how this whole process works. We're going to be referring back to this quite often. So put this to the side where you can reach it in just a minute. This is the actual registration packet. But before we get to the packet, I want to explain to you the process. So when we're looking at this, there's 4 steps to this process. Step 1 is the background check. We have to get a level 2 photo-enabled background check before we register for the test. If you do it the other way, it's going to delay your test processing. So it's always best to get your background check done first. We're going to go over that in detail in just a minute. So get your background check and then submit your application, which we're going to go over together in just a minute. Once you submit your registration, 3 to 5 days afterwards, you're going to get an email from Prometric. When you get that email, open it up. Make sure that it says application status complete. If it says incomplete, you need to call Prometric and find out why. Maybe your payment didn't go through. Maybe they couldn't find your background check. Maybe they were unable to process it for some reason. If it says incomplete there, you need to contact Prometric. There's also, a little further down, it's going to have FBI background status. If you see that in that box, if there's anything in there like record not found, that means they didn't find your background check. So maybe you misspelled your name, or maybe you didn't code it properly. Because we have to tell, when we go get our background checks, we have to use a code that tells them where to send it. So if you see incomplete or record not found, you need to call Prometric. Good? Everybody go with that? As long as your registration is complete, as long as it says complete on this paper, then 7 to 10 days later, you're going to get your test date via email. So we do our background check, we submit our registration, 1 to 3, 3 to 5, somewhere in there days, you're going to get a confirmation. Make sure it says complete. And then 7 to 10 days later, you're going to get your test date. That's the steps. One second.
When you're doing the background check and everything like that, would I have to use like my middle name or not?
We're going to get to background check in 1 second. I've got slides detailed.
I forgot. I'll get to it.
Aren't you supposed to pay first?
What's that?
Aren't you supposed to pay the test fee first?
We're going to do our background check first, and then we're going to register for the test and make payment.
Oh, okay.
I remember the question now. So you don't get to schedule what test they schedule it
They
for you?
schedule it for you.
Okay.
You don't get to pick your test date.
Okay.
So let's go through these steps because I think I'm going to answer all of your questions as we go through the slides.
Okay.
Okay. So if we go to Prometric's website, which is prometric.com/nurseaid/FL, that's Prometric's site. It's right here in the second column. I've taken all the notes for you. Okay. So if we go to Prometric's website, this is what it looks like. You're going to need to know what this looks like. There's a lot of information on here we're going to be referring back to, but we want to make sure it's specific for Florida. There's a couple of different options here. We have application process, candidate resources, training program and test site resources, CNA registry, and important changes. We're going to pay attention to the first two. Over here to the side, you can see candidate information bulletin. You're going to want to go look at that. You don't have to print it off, but you're going to want to go look at it. It's got information. There's a sample test in there, practice test for the written test. It tells you information about the skills, the whole testing process. It's all there for you. It's about 30 pages, so you don't have to print it, but I would definitely take a look through it, the digital copy. Under candidate resources, okay, remember all those opening things? Under candidate resources, we're going to open that, and down here it has FLDOH fingerprint vendor list, because our first step is to get our
background check.
Yeah, our fingerprints, our background check. So this tells us where we can go to get that. For us here, I recommend this agency. It's called Deontis. There are other places. You can go to that website, look at other options. This one uses UPS stores. They're convenient. They happen to be one of the cheapest, and they're super quick. You can get same day or next day appointments. So I would suggest using them. It's what's on your sheet here in the first column. I'm going to take you through the whole process, because when you're trying to register on Deontis, it's not as easy as it looks to begin with. So when you're on Deontis's website, you can go up here to create an account or down here to register. Either one gets you to this screen. You want to create an account. Once you create an account, it's going to dump you into this screen. And this is where everybody gets like, I don't know what to do here. Because you only have two options and neither one of them say CNA test. So we are going to use Florida Services. This is our section. Okay. When we choose Florida Services, we have to have a code, the ORI code. That ORI code is right here. You need that code. That code is what tells them that this background check is for the CNA test. It's got to go to that filing cabinet. If you don't code this right, they will never find your background check. There's no one big place that they all go. It doesn't work like that. Background checks are compartmentalized. Only the agency that requested it is able to see it. Once we hit Florida Services, this is the screen that we're going to see, and we're going to enter that code in our ORI code section. Once you do that, this is the screen that's going to come up, and it says CNA by exam. That lets us know that, yes, it's going to go to the exam agency to clear us for testing. Make sure it says CNA agency by exam. If it says anything else there, it's not going to the right place. When you do that, this is the screen that's going to come up, and this is where we're going to start putting our information in. But way up here at the top, it says reason for request. If you don't fill this out, your whole application just stops. It won't process. It won't even give you a submit button. And this has really tripped up a lot of students. They get very, very frustrated. Reason for request, there's going to be a drop down. We want other employment and licensing because we're getting a state license. Okay. And then you're going to leave the OCA blank. We don't answer that. That doesn't count for us. Then we're going to enter our information, our name, our address, our phone number. And yes, they want your first and middle and last name. Those of you who have 4 names, this gets a little bit trickier. You want to look at your ID because you have to match your ID. So however your name is written on your photo ID is what you want to use here.
What if it's just the initial on my ID?
Then just use the initial. So your name on here has to match the name on the ID. Same thing when we're registering for the test. The name on your ID has to match the name you register with. After you fill in all your personal information, it's going to give you this option to find a fingerprint place close to you. You just put your zip code in. It'll give you a couple options. You'll select one of them and you'll make your appointment right here. Like I said, they do same day or next day appointments. They're really, really quick. You'll need to pay. So it's got a section for you to be able to put your payment information in. And right now, the background check is charging about $76.68. I just did this yesterday to make these slides for you. This is a current price. So it's about $77 budget. And it has to be paid through this portal before you go. Now, I have had students that walked into a UPS store to get their background check. They don't recommend that, and they're going to charge you extra for it. I think it was like $12 extra for the walk-in. You need to do this. Save yourself some money. That's lunch. Okay. Good.
So what if I just got my background to renew just now through my job?
Okay. So the short answer to that is I can't look to see where that background is.
So I can't use it.
So if it's, I'm going to give you the legal definition here. Okay. If you have a level 2 photo-enabled background for healthcare in the last 5 years, they can pull it. But it has to be a level 2. It has to have been a photo-enabled, and not all healthcare requires the photo. So, UPS store? Okay, so level 2, photo-enabled, and only healthcare. So if you have a level 2 background screening for daycare, it won't work. If you have a level 2 for the bank, it won't work. If you got your concealed carry, it won't work. If you're a foster parent, it won't work. It has to be for healthcare. Remember I said that it's not one big pile, it's segmented.
So remember how I told you I did that sketchy at-home healthcare thing? Yeah, well, I told you, to some RV resort, and they did, I don't know, it was weird. They did my fingerprints, they took the picture, they did everything. So I don't know.
It's possible that you have one that works. In that case, you can apply for the test.
How do I check if it's level
You
2?
can't. That's the problem. You can't.
Okay.
So you can apply for the test, hoping, and then when you get the email back, you're going to want to make sure it says application status complete, and the FBI background does not say record not found. If it does, either one of those, if it's incomplete or record not found, that means they did not find your background check and everything's stopped. So you need to go get a background check at that point. But remember I said it would delay your the whole process. If you're going through these steps in the order listed, background check, application, wait on the email, wait for your test date, you should be roughly getting your test date about 2 to 3 weeks after registration. If we have to backtrack and do something out of order, it's going to add 1 to 4 weeks onto that. Okay. So it's a possibility that you already have one and everything will work out fine, but you just need to be aware that it is a risk and it may delay your testing a little bit. So when you go to your background check appointment, they're going to take your fingerprints and they're electronic, no ink, electronic fingerprints. They're going to take a picture. Okay. They're going to take a picture and they're going to ask for your signature on a signature pad. If you go to your background check appointment and they don't take a picture, your application will absolutely stop at that point. It has to be photo enabled. Okay. So after you do your background check, you're ready to register. We're good. We're going to go to that website, prometric.com/nursaid/FL. You've got it on here. When we go to the Prometrics website, and we know we're on the right one because it says Florida Nurse Aid Exam. This is the website there. This is their address. On the left-hand side of the screen right here, it has a contact us area, and that has their address, their phone number, their email. Let's read this together. We're going to come back to this in just a few slides. It says, if it has been more than 5 business days since you submitted an application and you have not received your confirmation, please reach out to us. Remember I said that we're going to submit the registration 1 to 3 days, 3 to 5 days, somewhere in there. We're going to get an email back that should say complete. If we don't get that email, it's within 5 days. What is it telling us to do? Yeah, contact them. I had a student that registered for the test, waited 6 months,
6 months.
came back to me and said, what's going on? I haven't gotten anything. And I made her go through this process. Turns out that when she put her email address in, she put it in wrong. And they sent all of her email stuff to the wrong email. She never got it. Her test date had come and gone months ago. Prometric does not give refunds. They don't give refunds. It's right here on their main page. If you don't receive that letter within 5 days, whose responsibility is it? Yours to contact them. Don't wait 6 months. They do not give refunds, guys.
So when do you actually pay for the exam?
We're going to get there. Okay. So when we're on this site, we're going to go to application process, scroll down, and there's 2 options, online or paper. You guys all have the paper. That's what we're going to go through together. I strongly suggest that you do the online. It's this form, just online. So we're going to fill this out, but I suggest that you do the online. Now I have full registration instructions online. I actually do an entire online registration on the screen. You can watch it, go through it. Just, what we're going to do here, but it's way quicker. If you mail this in, you're going to add 2 to 3 weeks of processing time. I suggest strongly that you do the online, and this is where you find the online. We are doing the paper application together so you can see what it looks like, and this is the first page of your application. So we're going to go through each one of these pages individually. You do not have to fill them out in here. We're going to do an overview. You can fill them out on your own with a few exceptions. There's a few things that are very critical that I do want you to do while you're in class. So the first thing that we have to look at is this stop sign. It says, please make sure that you're registering with the correct name. Your photo ID is what they're going to use to verify your identity. If your photo ID and your registration does not match exactly, you will not be allowed to test. They do not argue with you. They do not make exceptions. If your name on the registration is not the exact same name as you have on your ID, you will not be allowed to test. You'll also need a secondary ID. Doesn't have to be a photo. That has a signature on it, like your social security card, debit card, voter's registration, something like that, that has a signature. I don't know. Do voters registrations have signatures anymore?
Yeah,
I believe
I think so.
I think so.
mine has
Secondary ID that has a signature. Okay. All the names have to match, remember. And then the little section below that, down here, if you need ADA accommodations. So if you need extra time for the written test because you have a reading disability, if you need a sign language interpreter because you have a hearing deficiency, if you need a seeing eye dog during the test, you have to print out. It shows you right there. You're going to print out the ADA accommodation packet, take it to your physician and have them complete it. But you're going to check that yes box if you're going to be doing that. So that's for testing accommodations.
Does this say the same thing online or just on paper?
What do you mean? The same thing online?
like does the
Just
application
matches.
online
Yeah.
match the
Yeah.
same?
Yes, the application online is this application just online.
Okay.
So we can apply online instead of paper?
Yes, I suggest that you apply online, but we're going to go through the paper one together
Okay.
to make sure that you've got all the right things in all the right places.
All right.
Okay. All right. So demographic details, you can fill this out on your own. We don't need to do that together in class. You guys all know your name, your address, your phone number, and all of that. So that's going to go over into page 2. So let's look at the bottom of page 3. This section here. This is the criminal and Medicaid, Medicare fraud questions. If you have a felony in your background, you need to see me after class. If you have no felonies in your background, for number 1 and 2, I want you to check no, but leave A, B, C, D, and E blank. Check no for 1 and 2. 1 and 2 have to do with felonies. If you have no felonies in your background, this is in the bottom of page 2. If you have no felonies in your background, check no for 1 and 2 at the bottom of page 2. Page 2 at the bottom. If you have no felonies, check no for 1 and 2, but leave A, B, C, D, and E blank. Anybody have any questions on that? Okay, if you go to page 3, those questions continue. You need to read these and answer them yourselves, but do not answer the A's, B's, C's, and D's unless you answer yes to one of the questions. But let me explain what this is. If you worked for a healthcare provider who committed Medicaid fraud, and you were part of that, and you got caught and prosecuted, you would know it. This is not something done in secret. You would have been in a courtroom with a lawyer and a judge, right? If you got caught participating in Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you are not eligible to work in healthcare. That is what questions 3, 4, and 5 are about. So if you've never been caught committing Medicaid or Medicare fraud as a provider, your answers to 3, 4, and 5 are no. Disciplinary history is the next section. You're going to read and answer these questions. If you've never been a medical professional in Florida or any other state, the answer is no. Basically, it wants to make sure that you weren't a CNA in Indiana, knocked around some old people, got your certification taken away, and moved to Florida, and now you want to do it here. Okay, it's disciplinary history against a medical certification. If you've never had a medical certification, the answer is no all the way down. Criminal history, you can answer on your own. I don't need to be a part of that. It's pretty simple, yes or no. If your answer is maybe, if somebody says, do you have a criminal history? And you go, well, maybe, it's probably yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now let's go up to page 4. Again, we're not going to answer these in class, but the first section on page 4 is all about mental health and substance abuse. You're going to answer these questions on your own. I cannot help you with these questions. And then at the bottom of page 4, you're going to put your social security number. Again, you can do this at home on your own. So if you look back at this instruction sheet right here, the very bottom, it says important. You must select what? What does that say? Look at your paper here.
Oh,
Important, you must select.
Challenger.
What is it?
E3 Challenger.
Say it one more time.
E3 Challenger.
Okay, so what are we selecting?
E3 Challenger.
All right, so if you look at the top of page 5, you can see I've already done that for you. What did I check off? Because I don't trust you. If you do the online application, what are you going to select?
E3 Challenger.
Select anything else and it will prevent you from testing, and there's nothing I can do about it. Because we selected E3 Challenger, we're going to X out this training information. Again, I've already done that for you because we only fill that out if we select which routes?
E1 or E2?
What did we select?
E3.
Does not apply to us. That's why it has an X. Coming down here, test site information, we are going to register for a regional test site. Again, I've already done that for you. But we need to tell them which regional test site we want to test at. So we're going to need a test site code in this box. Back on the website, on their website, under candidate resources is a test center list. Where is my test center list? Huh. Okay. Not sure what happened to it. Okay. It doesn't matter. So we have testing centers all over the state. There are 3 pages of testing centers. But this is all we have for the entire state of Florida. So we need to find one off of this list that's close geographically to you. How many people in here are from Citrus County? Okay, so the closest center for you guys may be in Ocala. If you look on this page, down here, you'll see Ocala. That is the test center code for Ocala. The rest of you, if you're in Hernando or Pasco County, our closest testing center is in Tampa. So right here, you'll see Tampa by the airport with the code. We also have another one in Tampa over by 75 on the other side of Tampa. You'll see that code there. So you need to figure out which testing center you want to test at, and you're going to put that code in this box. So this is what the test center list looks like. It has a code. So this is the one for us in Tampa off the Parkway, TAMAIR. That means it's Tampa by the airport. They're not very creative. And then this is their address and the name of the facility. Remember that you guys have access to this afterwards as well. But you have it on the paper. On this paper, all of your test site codes for our area are there. All right. So now we're going to get to the testing options. As a first-time tester, there's only a couple of things here that apply to us. I know there's a lot of options. Most of those options are for people that are testing for the second or third time, retesters. As a first-time tester, we need to take both the clinical and the written at the same time. And we have three choices here. So for most first-time testers, the first option is the one that we're going to pick. But we can also have the written test read to us by the computer if we want to. That would be the audio option or oral option. And we do have the ability to take the written test in Spanish if we want to. But for most people, for most of us, the first option is the one we're going to choose. And off to the side, we're going to write the amount, which is $155. That is the cost of the test. So you'll choose which option you want, regular test, have the computer read it to you, or a written test in Spanish. The cost for all of them is $155, and we'll put that in the final column, and that's what we're going to pay when we send the application in or if we register online. Most of the other options are there to retest. So you can look, let me go back here. You can look, if we fail the written and we just have to retake the written, you can see that it's only $35 to retake the written.
That's what that is.
If you fail the skills and you have to retake the skills test, you can see that that is $120. Okay.
Is that because we're using their stuff?
Yeah. And it's a higher level of complexity. All right, so the cost is going to be $155 for your first attempt. $155, and we're going to pay that when we register. So the final page of your packet, if you're going to mail your packet in, that final page is going to be where you put your payment information. If you're doing it online, there's going to be a credit card form online that you'll fill out. So if you look at page 6, you can see that there's a section at the top that says electronic fingerprints, and there's a yes and no box. Remember that candidate information bulletin I told you that you probably ought to take a look at? There is a paper in there that tells you how they're going to use your information to clear you for testing. When you check that yes box, it says that you have had an opportunity to read that paper. It's in the candidate information bulletin. And it's also right here. It's always hanging up here so you can read it. But you have to check yes there. And then once you, I know I'm late. Once you check yes there, oops, we're going to read those statements, sign, and date. Now at the very bottom of the form here, it says if you do not receive your authorization to test letter, it's your test date, within 10 to 14 business days, you need to contact Prometric. So they're actually telling you that this whole process should result in you getting a test date within 10 to 14 business days. If it takes longer than that, you need to find out why. What happened? All right. Once you submit your registration, you're going to get an email somewhere up to 5 days. Make sure the email says complete. If it does, wait another 7 to 10 days. You'll get your test date in the mail. If for some reason you do not get that first email from Prometric within 5 days, you need to contact them. Questions? And then you'll get your test date. If that test date does not work for you, just call them up and say, it doesn't work for me. On the phone, you'll work together to get a mutually acceptable test date. Don't wait until the day before. You got to do it right away. Because if you wait until right before you test to call them and change it, you're going to be charged.
Do you know, I'm probably not, but do you know if test dates are usually during the week or
7 days a week.
Oh, so it can be any of those days.
Any of those days, 7 days a week, and they only take off major holidays. So like Monday was like Martin. Yeah, it was. They still tested.
Yeah.
The only day they don't take off for Valentine's Day. They don't take off. The only days that they take off is Christmas, New Year's, Thanksgiving Day, Memorial Day, Labor Day, and 4th of July.
Not even Easter.
I think they still work on Easter. Yeah. Yeah. So they're, I mean, that they really, that there's that much demand in the state. All right. So remember, you're going to get a wrap up email. Make sure you open it. There's a link in there to review this video. I know the video is a little off because of all the problems that we had. And your invitation to the online course went out too. So check your emails, because you did get an invitation to the online course. Apparently, I had a problem with my system, so they didn't go out.
I saw that. What exactly is?
That's the online course. Do you remember the first day we did that sequencing activity together? You know, where we put everything in order. Those are in the online course.
Okay.
Along with all of these instructions, everything is in there. And then I have your review sheets here as well. So. Maybe take one and pass them around. Let me see. Take one and pass them around, please. Let me see if I've got a stapler. I just don't know if I read it.
I know, because I'm happy with the colors.
I printed it off the thing, but I just want to make sure I got something.
This one here,
Wait, no, ma'am, I can't do that.
all of my reviews are great.
Are you kidding?
All right. Any questions on what we went over today? Yep. So you are now free. 1 second. You are now free to register for the test at your convenience. You're going to register as E-Free Challenger when you are ready. Remember, the process takes about 2 to 3 weeks. So if you register now, get background check done and register now, you should be testing about a week or 2 after graduation.
Oh my God.
Okay?
Are these the wrong ones?
See, it says class 3. That was for Monday's class. Yeah, that's for Monday's class.
I got a 95 for.
Oh, okay. All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Miss Patty.
Oh, thank you. I'll see you over there in a few.
Okay.
Yes. This one?
Yeah, because they ran
Okay. Oh, yeah, no problem. Absolutely. The room is yours.
I have a question.
Yes.
On the test, if I were to get foot care, I can't. Should I say that when they ask you these questions? Like
Oh, y'all
prior
get out
to
the room.
know about you? Should I say that?
You can tell them I've had a knee replacement,
Okay,
so
Kyle,
I'm unable to get on the floor, but I can still perform.
Right, yeah.
So that you would want to follow up with that.
Okay.
So you'll just bend instead of.
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I have a problem too. I need a knee replacement, so I don't know how I'm gonna do it. So yeah, I
I
get
have knee
it.
and neck, so I'm
Yeah, I get it.
1-to-1, but I mean, I can kneel, but I just can't be on the knee at
Yeah.
all. I can't, the range of motion isn't there.
Right, right. So you can just let them know that when they check you in.
Okay.
Remember that foot care is just one skill out of all of them. Chances are you're probably not going to get it. It's only on one care plan set.
Okay.
Your chances of pulling that set 1 in 11. You know.
That would be my, that would
Yeah,
be,
that would be your luck,
mine, because I
yes.
know how that's how my
Yeah,
thing is.
but you know, I would certainly let them be aware of it. But you always want to follow up with, but I can still perform the skill, because if you don't,
Yeah.
then what ends up happening is that if you just say, hey, I can't kneel on the floor, I can't do foot care, they're going to try not to test you that day and make you go to a doctor and get an exception and a whole bit.